Stop right now. Hold on. Let's get YouTube fired up here, man. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not going there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hulk not happy.
Oh. Okay. Hey, guys, remember that during the commercial breaks, we are live on YouTube, even though we'll be a commercial on the radio side. We want to say hello to everybody in YouTube land as everybody starts to filter on in here. We're getting ready for the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. We do it the final Friday of every month. We are joined by Brian Bowden from about 17 different podcasts. And we got little Richie G from Goof on Radio, who just did an incredible Magic 8 Ball reading session. Wouldn't ask my questions, but that's okay. Wouldn't ask my questions. A little hurt on that. And the
the 8 Ball doesn't give numbers. It's yes or no.
I know.
You're like, what year is this going to happen? You can't do that.
I got to get one for the studio, man. You know it is weird, little Richie G. I'm wearing my bandana too tonight.
Nice. Yeah. I had to. I got spiritual on everybody.
So if you got,
I got my KISS shirt on. So
if you guys want to follow the YouTube chat room, you can go to youtube.com/spaced out radio. The chat room is right there and it is open. Cable Guy Matt is in the house. Cable Guy Matt is my cable guy. Okay, literally, he's my cable guy.
Yeah,
and he is watching us on his 181-inch television.
What?
Oh Lord!
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, 181-inch television. Hey, Lori. Hi, Derek. Waylon, how are you? Renee, Bigfoot, Michigan, Rob, Mark. Good to have everybody here so far as you all start to pile in. Yeah. If you see,
that's 14 feet. Isn't that like 14 feet?
What is 181 inches in feet?
181 inches is about. Oh, jeez.
That's 15 feet. 15 feet.
Pretty close,
yeah, 15-foot television he has in his basement.
Oh, you know what he has?
That's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't. He has a projector. Because
they make them that big. Yeah, they make them that big.
Really?
Yeah, they do. There's one from Sony right now. They want like $36,000 for it, and it's 8K.
Hold on, we're gonna
cable guy with a TV that big.
Cable guy Matt. Guy Matt. We're gonna call in Ann here.
That's awesome.
Hold on, we're gonna bring in. Lady Ann coming on in. Give us a little bit of feminine flavor. Get rid of the testosterone around it. I know, Rich. I know. Hello.
Seriously, why am I taking these pills?
All right. Lady Ann from KLMXOP, whatever your station is called. Welcome. And
thank you. KPNL.
Yeah. By the way, KPNL lady, you probably want to pick up Brian Bowden's Nobu But Me and his 46 other podcasts that he has. You know.
I have my own little radio station.
Nice.
Oh, look at Brian Bowden there on YouTube. Cable Guy Matt.
I'm multitasking tonight.
Yeah, Cable Guy Matt is given the approval to the bandana that I'm wearing. Hello, beautiful Marie. How are you? Yes.
Go see what this headband looks like on you.
Oh yeah.
It looks good.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I am also
said that a little odd.
In tribute for little Richie G. If you look,
me,
yeah, I am wearing the Phoenix Lights concert tour shirt.
No way!
You got to look. I'm standing up and showing.
Cool.
I'm trying to pull it. Wait, what?
You're just going all out tonight, aren't you?
Yeah.
Good
Hold
man.
Hold on a second because I got to start up.
Did Jimmy?
Hold on, I got to start the one feed here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that does look good.
Yeah, that's my
appetite for destruction.
Yeah, it's actually an Appetite for Democracy. It's their 2012 tour.
Oh, right. Yeah. Chinese democracy, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's when
cool.
That's when little Ronnie Bumblefoot Thal was playing with them.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was with them before they hit it.
No, he actually was.
Now that
he was actually on. Did a lot of the guitar work, replacing Buckethead.
oh my God! Really? I love Buckethead.
Buckethead. It was awesome.
Yes.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
All right, here we go, guys. We are down to the old 5-second rule here. Oob Joe's Maine. Oob Lufon, how are you? Music's on, gentlemen. We're going to do a little bit of a radio show here.
Lufon.
My hair looks fantastic tonight. I'm not going to lie. All right, here we go. From atop the snowy mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show, including Revolution Radio digitally. Yeah, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR, Newswire, and much more. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. The final Friday of the month, we look to have a little bit of fun around here as I bring in some friends to hang out and chat with all of you about the strange month that was in the paranormal and supernatural. Our guest tonight, from Nobu But Me, we got Brian Bowden, who's been a guest a few times on this show, especially last year, filling in for Butch Witkowski when he was suffering from a heart attack. And we got the UFO historian William Pullen. Khaki pants and Stan Smith runners are on and pressed. They look fantastic. We have Little Richie G from Goof On Radio. And from KPNL Digital Broadcasting, we have Lady Ann. Everybody is here. They have no idea what questions I'm going to ask. I believe they've even each brought a question for themselves. And we have a special guest tonight from our Twitter crowd, Derek, who is the king of woo. We're starting a new, Derek is going to add a new question to the field tonight because Derek needs his Friday night woo. So we've started a new section on this show called Woo Word Bound. We'll get to that later on in the show. All right, everyone, welcome to the panel tonight. We're going to have a lot of fun. And you know what? It's a little tough right now to try and find a lot of fun in what is happening, considering what is happening around the world right now. But we're going to start off with a little bit of a serious connotation. And Little Richie G, we're going to start with you on this one. No? You don't want to start there?
No, I said all right.
All right. All right. So we're going to start with Little Richie G on this one. You know, and I have mentioned this over the last couple of weeks on this show, with the coronavirus and COVID-19 that has us all pretty much sitting at home, twiddling our thumbs, you know, staring at our partners or friends or family, wondering when the hell can I get away from these people already? And it's only been a few days. The way over the last 3-4 weeks that people have acted here in North America, I'm a big believer, gentlemen and lady, that we have seen the tip of the iceberg on what would happen if aliens actually came down. The way people are acting with hoarding toilet paper, you know, buying 8-9 jugs of milk. And ladies and gentlemen, you cannot freeze milk. You have to drink a lot of milk before it goes bad. All right, and quickly. But the way people are acting, especially in the grocery stores, and Rich, you took a tour and videotaped your local grocery store when you went for groceries on Goof On a few nights ago, and I was just dumbfounded, you know. And are people ready for aliens, Rich?
First of all, I want to thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. No, people are not even close. And I've been saying that forever. We are definitely not, nor will we ever be, in our lifetime anyway, ready for aliens visiting this planet and making themselves known, disclosure, as you want to call it. I think people would be rioting. I think people would be very racist towards the aliens if we had to, relate with them one-on-one. But no, man, no way. This is just an early sign of what could happen if aliens were on their way. Imagine if we heard, okay, aliens are going to be here in 2 weeks. It would be mayhem. I think nobody would go to work. I think people would question their religion, and new religions would pop up, and man, the preppers would go crazy, and you would be like most people, me included, and I saw that the last couple of weeks. People are hoarding everything for themselves without a care in the world for anybody else. It is humanity at its worst and its finest. It's awful. We're not ready.
William, your thoughts?
Agreed. I agree with everything Rich just said, particularly the angle of new religions popping up, because there would be a percentage of the population that would embrace the aliens and start to worship them as gods. I'm sure that would happen, but beyond that, it'd be sheer chaos. I mean, we've got a virus which is certainly an important issue at this point, but it has not really gotten completely out of control yet. We'll see what the future holds, but we've seen human behavior on full display. So if aliens interacted with us directly, I guess kind of like a Independence Day scenario where motherships are hovering over the major cities, people would go insane. They'd go crazy. They get it'd be like herding cats. It would be sheer chaos. They would be they would just lose all control. And above and beyond that, then religious belief systems would be thrown out of whack. Economies would go into the tank. So no, the human race is not ready for direct interaction with aliens.
And I want to ask you that same question. Well, you've seen down where you live and the stories you have heard. Do you think that the way people are acting today is not conducive to any sort of alien invasion?
I think that everybody would be more vulnerable in an alien situation. What can you hoard in that situation? You can't even hide in your house. If these things can come out of the sky and have this technology, who's to say they can't just materialize in your house? And so who would actually stay home and stay in their house? Where would people be going? Would they be going out to the woods? I think it would be utter chaos.
I do too. Especially when you have people, Brian, who have, no clue that, or no belief that this phenomena even exists. And now you put it right in front of them. I think this is a major precursor of what we are seeing if the alien invasion happened, man.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to say hail to our new ant leader, because people would just freak out. They would just go absolutely ballistic. I've always been one of those persons, and I've gotten so much crap for it, that I would never, if I was in the position of power and I knew that we were interacting with the alien species from wherever, I'd never disclose it. People aren't ready for it. People can't even handle this. And this is a class 2 virus, not a class 4, which is really bad. So, you get your general people that would be shooting at the craft, just like in, the Independence Day movie. You get people that are just probably would be taking their own lives because they just couldn't handle it. There would be chaos because everything the churches or religious institutions have been sprouting for 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years is just, oh yeah, whatever, Father. It'd be very interesting. I think some of us would embrace it. and see what's going on? Is it an alien invasion like Independence Day attacking, or is it just like, hey, we're here and we're making our presence known? Because you always hear this talk about this galactic federation, which all these different aliens sitting at a table deciding whether they're going to have Chinese or pizza that night, that are supposed to help people. This is the talk of some of the people in the UFO community, and I think people would be in for a rude awakening and a shock.
I think so too. And I do not think that anybody is ready for this because, I just don't feel comfortable with it. I really, really do not feel comfortable with the way people are taking this subject. I mean, you have the people who do not believe that anything is going on, that it's all a hoax. And then you have the people who are believing that it is the end of the world as we know it. We're all going to get it. We're all going to die. This is the beginning of the end of Armageddon. So I don't believe it. And all of a sudden you throw a little bit of aliens into the mix, much like you would sprinkles on your ice cream. And guess what? We are down the toilet. You might as well get your guns, go find a cave to live in. Make sure you get enough firewood, though, so bring a chainsaw, and we end up looking like the Road Warrior. Back in Australia. I think that year's coming up. Isn't it like 2037 or something like that, the Road Warrior?
Yeah, like that,
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Mad Max.
Yeah. So, anyways, let's continue on here because in March we had some very interesting topics. Let's get into Dogman a little bit here. We hear so much about Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot this, Bigfoot that. And here we are with this dogman-like creature that is running around. Everybody, when you go into the forest, especially if you're in that Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan area, into Pennsylvania, you should be entering the forest with some extra tennis balls just in case this dogman comes out, because we all know that any dog out there cannot resist playing fetch. Brian, you're kind of the key guy on this when it comes to this. I want to ask you, what are people chasing? I can believe in Bigfoot. I think a lot of people will give Bigfoot the thumbs up. But as much as I want to believe in Dogman, and I've heard the stories, read the stories, heard from the eyewitnesses, Butch Witkowski, who will be on here on Monday night, I don't know if this is actually real. You're dealing with it. What are we dealing with here?
Well, a couple years back when I actually heard about this creature, this cryptid, I thought like, oh, this is a lot of BS. Like someone's making up some stuff. But lo and behold, I actually had encounters with this creature. And we were actually in Thales, New York. We were at a cemetery for a large facility where they discovered the polio vaccine by testing it on children. And in the cemetery, we had these these noises of howls like werewolves. After our investigation, we went over to where our car was about a quarter mile away, and there was this very large, looked like a wolf. I mean, I've never seen a big wolf like that in New York State. They do exist, coy wolf, but this was an extremely large creature. I didn't want to believe it, but it was 20 yards from me, staring me in the face, just sitting there watching us. We were watching them. It didn't approach. It was very docile, which was very surprising. We don't have weapons because where I live in New York City proper, and it's virtually impossible to have some kind of weapon. But we, like a firearm. But I did have a machete on me. I always carry that in the woods just in case. And I wouldn't have believed it unless I've seen it, and I've seen it. This thing, I think, is real. It's in the same category as the Bigfoot cryptid. And I believe that it can be flesh and blood. It can do things on the woo side of, I guess you want to call it dematerialize. I haven't seen it do it personally, but I think this is something that is not of this realm, but of another realm. And the reports of this have been throughout time. I mean, there are many indigenous people that have talked about this type of cryptid. So just like Bigfoot. Some of the stories are getting far-fetched, though. I think people are hitting the hooch when they talk about it. But some of them are genuine. We had genuine cases where people Like there's some hairs, there's evidence, scared out of their mind. 15-foot werewolf.
Holy cow. Ann, what's your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it's definitely a subject that I love to look into. And when I first started reading about it, I went all the way back to where there were really old texts involving like the Latvian werewolves and a tribe of like dog-headed people. I think they were, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I think it's like cynocephali. But then you have, so that's continued, number one. And then number two, you've got, like in Linda Godfrey's book, she was talking about these footprints that ended up disappearing. And so that makes me wonder as well if it could be maybe a shapeshifter or, definitely on the woo side. But I feel like it could be real. It's been around forever.
Well, I mean, if we go back to Egypt, we have, the cat people, the dog people, and everything like that. Let's bring in one former dog, Little Richie G, back in his, hunting days of single and 20. You know how it goes, Little Richie G. But seriously, I know you're in the desert of Arizona, and you're more fixed to seeing what's in the stars rather than what's running around in the forest. But do you think that this is a cryptid that is actually out there?
Well, I like to think of this as the forest as the ocean. How much have we ventured out into the ocean? What do they say? We don't know 80% of the ocean, right? How much have we covered on land? And can we cover everywhere, and go everywhere? Probably not unless we were lowered down by helicopter, on a winch. So it is hard to get everywhere. But I think we've covered the vast forests as much as we can, that we are running into them. We've eaten away at the forests and chopped down many trees and pushed these creatures or beings, whatever you want to call them, to other places where they're now showing up probably in record numbers. I liken it to the Montauk Monster. It's something that you see once in a while, but was it created? Did something create it? Because it's awfully different than everything else. People, including yourself, Dave, have seen some sort of dematerialization or weird reflective kind of predator-ish looking thing, and that to me sounds like technology. But if it's not technology, then is it like the octopus? Then again, we go back in the ocean where there's more aliens there than on land. But I don't know, man. I think it does. I think it does exist. I really do.
Go ahead.
I love the fact that you use the term octopus, because if you never saw an octopus before and you came upon that, this is a creature that can change its form, physical form, and color to whatever it wants.
It matches the environment.
Yeah. It 100%. It definitely camouflages itself. You would never know there was an octopus there. Something that's very interesting also that someone also brought up is a lot of stuff now that's taking place regarding these cryptids, Bigfoot, Dogman. There are sightings, light anomalies, pre and post sightings of these cryptids. Mm-hmm. Now, that's not to say, I'm not going to go that far. Some people have said, oh, they're the pets of aliens. I doubt that. But that light anomaly is an energy form. And if we only see in a certain spectrum of light. After that, we need certain filters. If they are capable of changing or altering the form of energy they come into, being from physical to like an energy source, there's no question in my mind these things can be interdimensional. And that's hensing, the reason why they disappear. We don't know enough of it right now. So it's just, you see this thing, you have an experience, and I think I've had an experience. I didn't believe this woo for a long time until I had a personal experience. And I will, without a doubt, say it is real. They have this ability to do it, and I just need to figure out a way to prove it.
Well, that's always what it comes down to, right, William, is proof.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but when you examine the realm of cryptids, among the different aspects of the paranormal, I've always been of the opinion that when you examine cryptids, you have the highest possibility of gaining physical evidence, footprints, and if at some point a cryptid is either if it's a physical creature or it's a physical creature that somehow transforms into another form, at some point it's interacting with the environment. And you do not have to actually physically have a specimen of an animal or a creature to know it's there, because you can determine its interaction with the environment. You can see the environmental stresses it's putting as it wanders through, whether it's in a forest or wherever it's existing. And so, I mean, I'm very comfortable with Bigfoot being a physical creature, whether it's a naturally occurring species or it's interdimensional, whatever the case may be. At some point, it interacts directly with the environment on a physical level. Those are measurable things. Those are scientifically valid concepts we can all wrap our head around. Dogman seems to be in that realm. At some point, it's a physical creature, which means it's on Earth interacting with the environment. We should be able to measure those things. So I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that this cryptid exists. But like Brian said, we don't know a lot about it yet. So we need to keep pushing and examining these things, and perhaps at some point we'll have an idea of what this thing actually is.
And also, there's very little evidence when it comes to Dogman. I don't think I've ever seen a photo other than red eyes.
That's true. Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a couple of photos of these things, and they definitely do look like, really big wolves standing on their hind legs. Some of them are scary looking, like super, like Van Helsing type of scary. Something that's very interesting that I think part of the woo factor is it's unknown. And I think as we get deeper and deeper and more knowledgeable about quantum mechanics and in physics, it's going to open up it's going to spill over into the evidence for all these creatures. It's science, and we just can't get to it right now because a lot of this stuff is out of our realm. We're all in our own little rooms, right? So we're tuned into spaced out radio right now because we're tuned into it. We're dialed in, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing else in our space right here. We just can't see it because we're not tuned into it. Maybe we need a special filter on a lens that captures spectrums that are higher than visible light or something. There's plenty of times when you see that predator type of creature. I've caught it. I've seen it. It's a real thing. Actually, there's a documentary called Finding Jay, and in it, one of the tree branches starts bending. But if you really pay attention to it, it looks like there's something like standing there. It's invisible, but it's standing there making it bend. The problem is we can't see it, and any distortion, you're going to say, "Oh, that's pareidolia or an electronic problem." But it may not be. You may have a physical creature standing right in front of your face, and you would never even know it.
That I agree with. With from my own Bigfoot experience and seeing the pixelation. That I agree with is that I believe these creatures have some sort of anomalous ability to cloak themselves and to make sure that they are not seen. I'm not saying they have, they're wearing invisible bell bottoms or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. But they do have some sort of ability to naturally camouflage themselves. So it is almost like the movie Predator, where this thing just disappears. And, I don't know if you've seen the documentary, as we're just about to go to break here, but in the documentary Missing 411, The Hunted, there is actually a scene right at the end where famed UFO scientist Bruce Maccabee, his wife actually had an experience with this predator type creature jumping through the trees while she was sitting in a deer stand waiting to hunt a deer. And it's an incredible story, so I would suggest anybody look at that. The SOR Paranormal Roundtable, we have William Pullen, Lady Ann from KPNL, Little Richie G from Goof On, and from about 87 podcasts, we have Brian Bowden. We'll be back with the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio coming up on the Roundtable. I don't know how many.
Just trying to get my money's worth, Dave.
I have no idea how many you have.
Look.
Remember, we are live.
We have Inside the Goblin Universe. Yeah, we have Inside the Goblin Universe, right? Then we have a sideshows from that, one is called Sideshow Safari. which is kind of the strange stuff that you get in the paranormal. Then we have portals of perception, how you look at things, raising your vibration, that type of stuff.
That's 4.
I have Nobo Boomy, which
5.
is nobody but me. And you know what? If I have a couple other people that wanted to get their stuff up, I'll throw it up there. I'm all about, sharing the love. It's about information. So when I get to 90, I'll put a T-shirt out.
Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. Hold on, I got to stop everything because Captain Shirk wants me to respond to her questions here. Hold on, everyone. I'm going to tune on out here for a second. Yeah. So anyways, I think I'm back. I think I am back. And yeah, hold on. Is there any other question? Hold on. Is she going to delay me again? Hold on. Nope. She stopped. I love Captain Shirk. Love her. Yep. She's amazing. She works so hard for us. So hard. Anyways, it's a good Friday night so far.
What are we drinking in that? What are we drinking in that big ball glass right there?
What, this one right here? I got some Pepsi in there. I got some Pepsi. I'm a Pepsi guy.
Is it warm?
Gentlemen, why don't you have a Pepsi? Warm Pepsi.
You know what I did? Honestly, true story. I don't know where, who, what, where, when, why, but all of my drinking glasses disappeared. Or started disappearing, and there were less and less cups coming out of the dishwasher. And I put them in the, and I didn't know, some break and whatever. And hold on, Captain Shirk, hold on.
Keeping him busy.
There we go. And anyways,
I bet they're with him.
Anyways, so I like spaghetti or lasagna. I'm a pasta kind of guy. And so the spaghetti jars with the sauces called Classic or Classico or whatever the hell they're called. I started looking at these and I like the feel of jar glasses, like jars, and it's like the perfect size for a drink. Mm-hmm. It's the perfect size. So I threw them in the dishwasher, pulled the labels off. I tell you, I got a cupboard full of glasses now. I do. It is fantastic.
It works.
Awesome. Very cool.
In this day and age, it works. I mean, I'm in the plague apple right now.
Oh God,
number one in the country. Yeah. And we're just like, my wife's like trying to throw stuff out. I'm like, no, keep that. You don't know what, we couldn't get rubbing alcohol, so I literally had to use my wits, and I bought 99% alcohol from a pet distribution company. So now I got to water it down somehow. So we need these glasses to put the stuff in. She thinks I'm crazy, but you got to have some kind of disinfectant.
Yep.
Oh, hold on a second here. Hold on, boys. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
That poor man.
It's great. I got the YouTube thing going with everybody, and see if there's anything in chat, and it's all delayed. So, you're seeing
it's all what delayed. Oh,
yeah, it's delayed. It's kind of like watching like an old Godzilla movie when they try to talk.
That's good stuff, man.
I bet.
That old movie that a warm Pepsi.
I keep getting harassed by Corin's, the booking coordinator, about putting a roll of toilet paper in my Marvin the Martian toque or beanie. There you go, Corin's. Okay, there's the toilet paper roll. That's a fresh roll. Wearing my Marvin the Martian toque right there. For you Americans, toque equals beanie.
Yes.
All right.
Well,
oh.
Actually, my anniversary was Wednesday with the missus, so I wrapped up a nice roll of toilet paper for her, and she was so happy.
Nice.
That's a nice man. Outstanding. Congratulations, man.
Was it 2-ply, 3-ply?
Gift that keeps on giving. It was a cottonelle 3-ply, very soft, quilted,
Ooh,
nice,
Ooh.
soft on the bum.
that is a nice man. Ugh.
I'll tell you what. After this is all over, I'm putting in a bidet because I live with wife and 2 daughters, and I'll tell you what. I don't know what they. I think they eat the toilet paper, but it's just insane.
I'll tell you.
Talk about aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
kidding, right? No kidding.
I just wondering what the aliens are thinking at this point. Like, what's that white stuff they're taking? It seems to be hoarding that. Well, why?
Probably at this point, nothing surprises them about human behavior. So,
Well, it's that great meme of the aliens going past Earth and they're locking the doors.
yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Just like,
It's incredible.
it's like National Lampoon Vacation. Excuse me, Holmes.
All right, guys,
crazy.
we're just about to come back in like 15 seconds. Hey, I want to remind everybody on YouTube, a great way to support what we do. We have the super chat open, along with going to our website, spacedoutradio.com, and clicking on the SOR Vault, picking yourself up a great shirt or something along those lines that makes you look and feel pretty and sexy during these tough times. We got it for you. Let's get things going. Hey, Corinth, thank you for the $15 super chat. I appreciate that. My friend. Let's start the second half hour, shall we? Do some radio here. Hi, little Richie G. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters, appreciating each and every one of you who is tuning on in. As Rich said, tune on in. Rich, I got to tell you, I did some commercials for one of our new radio stations.
Yep.
And I stole your line from your former SOR commercials.
The tune on in?
I totally stole it.
That's awesome. That's all right, man. I didn't copyright it yet.
I know, but I totally did it. And the guy was like, that commercial is awesome. So I totally owe you for that. Totally owe you.
Good.
I'll give you a high five.
Good.
Oh, we're not allowed to do that
All
anymore. Right. Imaginary high five for little Richie G right there on YouTube. Exactly. All right, guys, I'm going to get to a little thing that bugs me about the field. And I don't know why this one just gnaws at me. It's like that itch in the middle of your back that you cannot reach to scratch. All right. Kawani Lapsaritis, a great Sasquatch researcher who has had numerous experiences and really, really believes that there is something special about the Sasquatch. And I like that too. Okay. I tend to believe there is something unique and special about this creature. What it is, I do not know. But this one really, really grinds my gears because I'm hearing it more and more lately. And it is people calling Sasquatch the Sasquatch people. Why do we have to personalize, William, everything? Why can't it be its own creature? Why do we have to humanize everything? They are not a people that we know of. This creature hasn't even been proven. And to me, when we start getting into dialects like that, it makes us sound really, really ignorant, repugnant, and stupid, even though we're not.
Agreed.
Help me out here.
Yeah,
Help me out.
I mean, how we vocalize our feelings and how we try to rationalize the unknown. People tend to look at things from a human perspective. In the UFO field, they try to assign human motivations to extraterrestrials. Well, by definition, extraterrestrials are alien. They didn't evolve here. So we have no idea what their belief structures are, what their morals are. Do they have any? Do they have any religious beliefs? Those are all dynamics. We have no idea about those things. We don't at all. So we project our own human values on them, which is indefensible at best. So when you hear people saying Sasquatch people, whether it's a concerted effort or it's unconscious, it's trying to humanize an unknown. It's trying to humanize something that is bipedal. It's humanoid. It kind of looks like us, but it's not us. But maybe it's a way to try to humanize the unknown. I think I just said that a few seconds ago.
Well,
but
we should
the trouble is that
we should also add in there.
The trouble is it makes us look amateurish. It really does.
Okay, but if we add in an indigenous aspect to this, many First Nations out there have called them the wild man, have referred to them as a wild man type creature or as some sort of person. So do we play off of that?
I don't know. To my mind, wild man is not so specifically human as people. There are other indigenous societies around the world that have described orangutans and gorillas and other hominids using that term man. But when you use the term people, to my mind, that seems much more about Homo sapiens as opposed to some of our simian ancestors or relatives. So I don't know. To my mind, it's very unfortunate that Sasquatch is being labeled like that. It is its own cryptid. I think it exists, and therefore it stands on its own 2 feet. And I don't mean that as a pun, but it's a separate creature than us. It has nothing to do with us per se. We've just yet to define it definitively. But assigning Sasquatch, using the term Sasquatch people, no.
And we need your opinion on this.
Well, I mean, I tend to look at it from more of a indigenous side. Identifying them as people, I don't know. I'm not really sure where I stand on that because I can understand it. I can understand both sides of it.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? Why can you understand?
Why?
Tell me why. You don't like Mondays.
Oh my
Tell
gosh.
me why.
Well, I mean, okay, so there are stories from indigenous people about how they traded with them or they had war with them, and there are different practices that they observed that they had, and so of course they're going to identify them as people because they see a similarity, you know. But on the other hand, a gorilla, like you guys were saying, is not a person. It's all just perception, I think.
All right, let's go to Little Richie G. Let's go to the Little Richie G from Goof On Radio.
Thanks again for allowing me to stay here.
You are very welcome. You are very welcome.
Well,
Nice.
Thank you. Bigfoot. And when I heard the term, hairy people, whatever it is, I was like, who gives a, I'm like, who cares? I don't care. You can call whatever you want. We don't know what it is yet, or if it is.
So you believe that it should have voting rights if it's a people?
No, it's not. It's not going to. I'm just going to mirror what everybody else said, because it's not a person, or is it? I don't know. See, that's the whole thing. If it is a person, yeah, it's people, right? Maybe it's just a Gigantopithecus mixed with a human and you get Bigfoot. Why can't that be what it is? They, of course, would stay away from us. They've seen us coming from cavemen. I don't know. And I also don't believe that people are imagining seeing Bigfoot. Like, oh, it was a bear, but because their adrenaline was going, they thought they saw a big. I never heard of that happening in real life with anybody. I was almost in a car accident with my dog. I didn't look over at him when we almost got killed and saw an evil dog, or something with a lot of, you know what I mean? It didn't look scary. Yeah. I saw the dog. So I don't buy that. But so then what does that mean if you can't buy that people are hallucinating things because of their adrenaline? Well, then it's real. And if it is real, how is it escaping man all these years? We're so smart. Well, then it's interdimensional because that's why we can't catch up with it. That's why we can't kill it, shoot it. And then if that's not real, then we're left with just an illusion, Dave. So
It's always an illusion.
can't be people. Without proof, there's nothing, and without nothing, you can't get nothing. Something
all
from
right.
nothing.
Well, let's get to the goods here, man. Because, and Rich, I'm sticking with you here for a second. You're a single guy. You're handsome. Good looking guy.
Thank you.
And you carry yourself well, unlike the slob that I am. And, I look at it here and going back on Kawani's words here, he was saying that, in his days of research, he's actually been approached by a few Sasquatch ladies to have some well-deserved encounters. So I'm wondering, little Richie G, I mean, it's been a while since you've been on a date and maybe a little Barry White comes on the radio, and next thing you know, you're pouring some champagne. You and Mrs. Bigfoot there? Would you?
No, it would never happen. I thought about it. That's why I had a quick answer. I thought about it twice. It is weird. Because that would have had to have happened to make me good. That was a little delayed reaction. Anywho, no, not even no, because if it would, even no.
Stand your ground, Rich. Stand your ground.
I was gonna say something about the French, but then I said no, and then I did it.
Oh my goodness! The topics.
That's the question.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Hold on a second. So now you're talking about some of them approaching him, right? So where does human beings differ? I mean, can they procreate? And if you can procreate with, let's say, a Sasquatch, does that qualify them as on the more human side, or the people term? I mean, the only time I think people now are using the term people is to try to be more relative or stand out in this field of people that are doing research, make themselves a little bit more special. But either that, or they're trying to get a driver's license, because there's no reason to have Native American, Caucasian. Oh, Bigfoot. Okay, cool. Check that off. So, but if you can procreate with these creatures, does that change your view on whether they are people or, I guess, human beings?
I don't know.
That's a good point. Yeah, because if you could procreate across species, that means those two species are not very far apart from each other. I mean, you look at a chimpanzee, we can't procreate with that, but a chimpanzee's genome, there's only about less than 1% difference between our genome and theirs. So,
Exactly.
But we can't procreate. So we could procreate with a Bigfoot. That means we are extremely close. They're not just cousins. They're, for lack of a better term, they're hairier versions of us. So
yeah,
there's something to that. Yeah.
I think Richie needs to go out and take one for the team.
Rich, when are you coming to British Columbia, man? When are you coming to British Columbia?
When's the first flight?
Well, apparently you can get them pretty cheap right now.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I would love to, believe it or not. I would do it.
Well, I would have you here.
I just say videotape, because this has totally, I mean, I can just see the videos coming out of this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In the future.
And change the Barry White to like Steelheart, never let you go. Oh, right there, man.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if Chris Cogswell would give us copyright for that. I really don't.
That's true. I stand corrected. I apologize.
Exactly. All right. Well, I mean, we can go into, because we're kind of free flowing. What's the best 80s metal ballad? What do you think that is, William?
Oh my God!
Okay. Well, I have no. Unlike Rich, I wasn't prepared, so I got to process this.
I'm ready. Scorpions.
80s.
Scorpions.
Still loving you.
Yeah, I'd go with that. Yeah, still loving you.
Really?
Yeah.
You would go with that?
That's 84. Yeah.
Oh
man,
we're talking metal.
A love song.
Yeah, metal bands.
Yeah.
Or rock bands.
Metal bands, yeah.
Rock bands.
Love song.
Yeah, the power ballad. The power ballad from back in the day.
Oh, okay. Well, you said metal, so.
All right, let's just go with
power ballad. Gosh.
The power ballad. Power ballad.
Love Song from Tesla is pretty darn good.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Can't beat that with a stick.
I don't
That's
see
a
what's
good
wrong
song,
with Still Loving You, though.
That's true,
It's a
but I mean,
great
that's
song. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
That's a ballad.
No way, man. No way.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
but
is.
that's a loss.
It is a good
You're
one.
still loving that person because they're not there anymore.
It's not better than Winds of Change, though.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Okay.
Oh no, it is.
No way, man.
Winds of Change.
No way. My power.
We'll agree to disagree. Yeah.
My favorite power ballad song, okay, all time, "Fly to the Angels" by Slaughter.
Oh, that is unbelievable.
Oh yeah,
That's
right.
Best
Oh
song.
my God.
Lonely. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You got this feeling.
Exactly. That's exactly it. That's exactly
Dave,
it.
I'm gonna
just like that.
let you go.
Yeah. Or I Remember You by Skid Row.
That's good stuff.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's great stuff.
Nah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
How about Motley Crue, Home Sweet Home? No, that's not a ballad.
Well,
Is it?
technically is, yes.
Kind of, but
It is.
Yeah, it
Leave
is,
Me
yeah.
Home, right?
That's a great tune.
okay.
Yeah.
Don't kill me for saying this, but More Than Ever.
More Than
From,
Words.
what was it?
More than
No,
one.
More Than Ever.
By who?
From
More Than
the
Ever?
two twins, Gunther and whatever. I forgot the name of the band. But I'll find the name of the band and I'll tell you.
okay.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to a little bit more serious topic here as we are on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. Little Richie G from Goof on Radio, 48 podcast man Brian Bowden from KPNL. We have Lady Ann and the UFO historian wearing his tightly pressed khakis. We got William Pullen here as well. And gentlemen and lady, we're going to start a new feature here right off the bat because, you know, our Twitter crowd loves the woo. Loves the woo. They are very, very big into the woo. And so last night I came up with an idea with Derek, who literally, you know, he's bought a Peak Woo t-shirt from our store. He comes in, he gets all excited about the woo, and we started a new what the hell is this show called? Roundtable discussion called Woo Word Bound. So tonight's Woo Word Bound opening inaugural topic goes to a story that Derek has been following for a while. And this one actually came out on February 26th of this year, where and this was in the New York Post, where many people believe that Elon Musk is a time traveler. Brian, we're going to start with you on this one.
Sure.
All right. Do you think that Musk was in Canada in 1914, where his name was Raymond Collishaw, and he was his occupation an ace fighter pilot?
No, not at all. You know, a lot of people see these famous people and then you try to match them up with figures, or they look familiar. They look like some people from the past. I don't think they're time travelers whatsoever. It's just not that it's not possible. I think it's very, very possible. But just think about it right now. Why would you come back to this time? Look what's going on right now.
Well,
It doesn't make sense.
Well, he is a billionaire.
I think he's a billionaire, but he's not a billionaire anymore at this point. You know, if he keeps going the way it's going, I just think he's just has a familiarity to him that, and people are just trying to, you know, it's kind of like going into Nostradamus quatrains, which will come out very soon, where people look, he said it in this one and this one, you know, and they'll go to hindsight being 20/20. They'll fill in the blanks with whatever. Not a time traveler. I do find it interesting, though, that on a different scale of that, how some programs are pretty good about predicting the future. So I would,
like The Simpsons.
You know, there's no evidence. Yeah, like The Simpsons. I mean, like, it's uncanny how they are spot on.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go more so with Matt Groening being a time traveler and seeding, telling people what's going to happen, versus Elon Musk. He hasn't done anything to, in my opinion, to elicit that kind of claim.
All right, let's go over to William Pullen. You're a former scientist, because apparently former Twitter chief executive Dick Costolo once wondered if Elon may be proof that time travel exists because he seems to have either more hours in the day than the rest of us have, or he's from the future.
Okay. I don't know what that statement means. No, I don't think he is. No, I think scientifically, I think space travel will be attained at some point. Theoretical science has proven that time travel is possible. Technologically, how we would achieve that, I have no idea. But having said that, I don't think Musk is a time traveler at all. But I mean, the part of the slippery slope is when people see a picture of someone, a random person from say 80 years ago, 100 years ago, and they look awfully similar to somebody living today. If they're that ready to believe in that scenario, they might say, "Well, wait, that's Elon Musk back in 1914 or 1850 or whatever, whenever the photo was taken." Not cautiously stepping back and realizing there's been a few billion people that have lived on this planet. So random chance dictates that at some point another gentleman is going to be born that'll look an awfully lot like Musk or any one of us. Close enough that someone who's already predisposed to believing that will embrace that and say Musk is a time traveler. So, and going to Brian's point, I agree. There's certain programs that have been pretty spot on predicting future events. And yeah, maybe that's us embracing the successful predictions as opposed to kind of being aware of where they've missed. But that's an interesting concept that some programs have been pretty good at speculation about what the future may hold as it comes to be. So as opposed to the Jetsons missed on a lot of things, but the Simpsons haven't. So I don't know.
You know what? That was quite pragmatic there for such a woo topic. I think Elon may have. I mean, you look at that, and you notice that he was a former Canadian fighter pilot, of World War I. But here I'm going to take it to another level here. Because if you look at the Greta Thunberg time travel story, where there's a picture of her from 1898, or what looks like her, in Canada as well, I think my fellow Canadians are hiding some time travel here, Anne. I think they're hiding it. You got about a minute here before we got to go to break.
What if time travel isn't the way that we normally look at it? What if it is reincarnation, and each time you come back, you're able to be more aware than the last time you were here? And then when you reincarnate, you look similar to the way that you did in past lives.
But if you don't remember it, what good is it?
A goosh?
Well, maybe you never remember part,
I don't.
So you're saying we still look the same when we come back from reincarnation?
I'm saying, what if we did? What if there are instances where we looked a certain way in 1918, but we had other incarnations between now and then, and we didn't look that way, but then we did when we came back this time?
Much like David Wilcock tries to tell everybody that he is the second coming of Edgar Casey. Although I did see a video of David Wilcock today, and I'll tell you, that man doesn't have a 4 head. He doesn't have a 5 head. He doesn't have a 6 head. He's up to a 7 head right now. He's up to a 7 head.
Dave, this just came in. He's now an 8 head.
Okay, breaking news.
Nice.
Yeah, this just came in off the wire.
Breaking news from GoofOn. David Wilcock is an 8 head. And on that note, we're going to step out for our top of the hour break here on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. We got to get little Richie G's opinion. Are Greta and Elon Musk time travelers? We'll be back with more Spaced Out Radio right after this. It's good stuff, guys. Good stuff.
What? an 8-head?
Well,
I don't know anything about any of that stuff.
all right, you guys explain politely. I got to take my dogs outside, and don't forget we are still live on YouTube, so you guys chat away. Well, you have a forehead, correct, Dan?
Yes.
Okay, now if you have a really, really big forehead like David Wilcock, it wouldn't be a forehead; it would be like an 8-head.
Twice as big.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
We definitely got some strange people out there in the public eye, though.
Right.
Oh yeah, yeah. Our fellow humans, you know.
Well, it's interesting. I think we're not as large as we once maybe growing up thought. We were a lot more interconnected, and a lot of these people, I think, if you can go do the DNA on that pilot of 1914, I think you may find that there's a family connection to Elon Musk,
Maybe.
and that's that's where the similarity comes from.
Right.
Yeah,
Which is
might be
more
true.
plausible than him coming. I mean, like, I gotta be. If I was a time traveler, I'm not coming back to this time. Roaring 20s, sure, no problem. You know,
I agree.
the early 80s, no problem. Not now.
Right.
Or
No, I
maybe
wouldn't either.
maybe he came back to drop off some technology.
It's just such a crazy thought to. Go ahead.
You would think, like, if you were that far advanced in the future, you would know that this is taking place right now. This whole entire event, the planet's screwed up. So why wouldn't you come back with something and say, hey, look, we discovered this in our laboratory. Have that vial of medicine or whatever. You know?
Yeah, there's so many flaws. Yeah, I mean, it's awful.
Yeah, but like Matt Groening and The Simpsons, they've almost predicted everything. I mean, it's really scary.
I know.
If you think about it.
No, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's almost like they have a playbook, and they just Matt Groening has he's like Biff from Back to the Future, and he's putting all the stuff out there.
Well, why not? I mean, why not? That would be really smart.
I feel like there's a lot of truth right in front of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We always have.
I think they give it to us. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I agree. There's a lot of truth that's right there. The problem is this is a terrible event that took place, but thank God it did, because we needed this kind of act of God to really get people to go back to reality.
Right.
And look, this is what your priorities are. Stop looking at your phone. Stop thinking you're the best, and there's only you in this world. There's a lot more people here.
Yeah, I never thought of that. That's right. Because we are so self-absorbed, right? Everybody is. Not everybody, but most people. This is a waker-upper for that.
It is.
Yep.
There's a lot of posts as well talking about how the earth is healing in certain ways as well. I mean, we're dirty, and it was necessary. I mean, it sucks what's happening, yes, but at the same time, necessary.
I'm not picking it out because I'm a fan. I'm just using him as a reference. But way back when, Ronald Reagan said in front of everybody in the General Assembly, the UN, what if there was an alien threat out there to this entire planet? Wouldn't we put our differences aside and work together?
Yep.
This is the moment. See, the problem we have, though, is there are some people that, and I get it, because when you're scared and you're fearful, you're going to recoil, you're going to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
We were at a point where we can really do good with this.
Right.
We can reset everybody to zero and start fresh.
God, that'd be great.
I've said this before. I said, someone's on an interview, they mentioned what's going on here, and I said, well, I'm just talking about U.S. based, but we have so many people on the left, so many on the right that are so deeply entrenched. There was two ways of it get us out of that. Civil war, because that's the ultimate, a fight, winner takes all, or some kind of act of God or catastrophe. Because
Right.
there's no other way we would have gotten out of this.
Mhm.
And we really need to regroup, start being nicer to people. It really doesn't. I do my best to be nice to people. I'm not a pushover. I'm
Right.
very cordial until you don't have to be. But let's start being nice to people, more considerate.
Right.
You know, how was your
Well-
day? Oh, it's nice to see you. Maybe this is a good thing.
See,
Maybe.
And I'm not
Right.
seeing it.
I mean, I don't know. And go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'm just seeing people being more selfish, and
Hugely.
you get, yeah, it's really weird. I don't know. I forgot.
You know
what?
what? Now, have you guys noticed? And I'm not trying to make light of the subject, but now we got like everybody is part of the COVID police. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody's
Yeah.
part of the COVID
They're doing
police.
that over there.
Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like, how about we all just? I got into an argument with a lady on Facebook for our local town's rant and rave page, and she was going on because and reported the local grocery store because one of the employees had a case of the sniffles, and this lady was trying to charge that this young lady who was working sneezed on her groceries. And we all we all know that didn't happen, all right. But she's got to make the statement. So I went on there and I basically said, okay, did she aim them at your groceries? So if we checked the video camera footage of you at the till, is this young lady sneezing on your groceries, or does she have a case of allergies? Maybe somebody walked in front of her who was wearing one of those dainty perfumes that all senior citizens tend to wear, both male and female, and that affected her nostrils. What was it? Do we really know? Well, she shouldn't be working, and I reported it to labor relations and all this. I said, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. All right, hold on, guys. Here we go.
$5 a month at
But that's the panic.
spacedoutradio.com.
Richie G, we're starting off with you here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're listening.
Hey, everybody.
To Spaced Out Radio.
Thank you for tuning us in on
Follow
YouTube.
Dave on Twitter at Spaced
Appreciate
Out
it.
Radio.
And here we
on
go.
Facebook, Spaced
Hour
Out
2.
Radio Show.
Welcome back to the second hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. I appreciate all of you tuning us all in here on the mighty SOR as it's the final Friday of the month. We're going to have some fun tonight. We want to give a shout out to everybody listening in on our terrestrial affiliates, along with the digital side on Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ornithopter. Ornithopter is your password. Nobody knows what it means, but the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. It's the final Friday of the month, which means that it is time for the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. We got a great crew with us tonight, starting off with Little Richie G from Goof On Radio, our UFO historian, William Pullen from KPNL Digital Broadcasting. We have Lady Ann as well from the man with about 88 podcasts. We have, yeah, I know. Brian Bowden is here. He's been a former guest on this show a few times, and we love him around here. Everyone, welcome back to the show. And right before the break, we were talking about time travelers, thanks to Derek from Twitter, his new feature called Woo-Word Bound. And we're talking whether or not Elon Musk is a time traveler or Greta Thunberg. Little Richie G, I know you've checked things out because you are one of the few who is on top of their game when it comes to little conspiracies like this. What's your thoughts? Are we having time travelers here going on?
First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing me to stay here. And yeah, I believe we don't. No, I don't believe in time travel. I don't think it's possible. So I don't believe in the Thirda Grunberg, whatever her name is, or the other people that they're time travelers. I just think, and we talked about it before the break, that there's several people that look similar that we've captured photos of, and some of those people just became well known. And that's what we do. You know, we use pareidolia and all sorts of things to look for things that are familiar to us or similar. So that's all it is.
Oh, I disagree.
That's right.
I disagree with you.
No, you're wrong. Can't
Probably.
have time travel.
Why can't
That's
you
the
have
show.
it? You know, science.
Forget it, it's over.
Science Bob says
I'll
it's
tell you
possible.
why.
Science Bob says it's possible.
He's wrong. You have to have the exact coordination. You have to know where the planet's going to be at any given time, even if you're off, if your math is wrong and you can't figure out where to land in the past or the future, you're done. You're going to be floating in space. It's very hard math. You want to go 100 years in the past and figure out where the Earth has been, and you have to land exactly on Earth, figure out the spin, wind, rain, weather, everything else, gravity. No, can't do it.
So negative. So negative.
No, I live in reality. All right. We live in a matrix reality. No, we live in,
Oh, man.
I'm joking halfway. But yeah, we never really know, but it is what it is. I don't think we can do any of that stuff.
So you don't believe there is a single time traveler that has been here as of yet?
I don't believe it at all. No. You want to talk interdimensionally? That's different. Time travel? Just like we said earlier, they could be right here next to us, right? We wouldn't even know it, but they're there, you know, just in a different dimension. But time travel? No way.
Wow. By the way,
How
I know.
dare you?
I know I'm terrible, right? But look at me.
How dare you? I should be in school.
Well, let's
you know what? The interdimensional thing is a good idea, though. Think about it, because maybe interdimensionally you can go back to a certain point.
Ooh.
Different
Okay.
dimension, right?
Maybe.
But, yeah. I mean, the science is there for time travel. It's just, I think we don't have the technology to actually get that done. I don't even think we're going to have it 5,000 years from now.
Oh, you guys are so negative. So negative.
Dave, I wanted to let everybody know I am not an astrophysicist or a physicist, just letting you know.
Wow. All right. We know.
Is that who studies time travel? Who studies time travel? I don't even know.
Andrew Bashago.
Everybody at CERN.
That's who does. Andrew Bashago. John Teeter. Barack Obama. They're all time travelers. All time travelers.
Keanu Reeves is too.
Yes. Kiefer Sutherland.
But he's not.
Matthew McConaughey.
Eddie Murphy and the rapper guy, you know, Jay-Z.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. They're all time travelers.
I don't think, Dave, I showed you pictures of other things Bigfoot looks just like you. Don't you think it's possible?
No. Okay. Now that you brought that up, you can't have it as an inside joke. You might as well explain to everybody why you think that there is a Bigfoot picture of me out there.
Because there is a picture out there of Bigfoot that has similar facial features as you, and hair and everything else. I'm joking. I'm talking like it was a silhouette. You know, it's a joke, man. I'm just joking. No, it was serious. Yeah, it's true.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you.
It was a picture, and somebody said, "Doesn't this look like Dave?" And I'm like, "It kind of does, actually," and it stuck.
It stuck. S-T-O-O-K. Stuck. It stuck.
Yeah, it's Italian.
Yes, and
It's Italian.
apparently my Canadian accent is all over the place too. But nonetheless, let's talk a little bit of time travel, because Brian, you got a little vocal there for a quick second. Do you believe there are time travelers here on Earth right now?
Actually, yes. I don't think we could do it, but I think that there are advanced beings that have done it. Something that's very strange is if you look at some of the older archive photos, great one is Lincoln's address, Gettysburg. There seems to be people in some of these photos that are doing things that would be more modern. There's one, there was an old silent movie, and some woman's walking, and it looks like she's talking into a cell phone. There was a gentleman in the at the Gettysburg Address that definitely looked out of place in comparison to the dress and look of the other people. So yeah, I think that it's possible, but I don't think Elon Musk is a time traveler.
How about you, William? What about Corey Goode or Sergeant Randy Kramer, who spent 20 years on Mars?
No, they've claimed it did. No, it didn't happen. You know, science on a chalkboard has proven time travel is a possible scenario. Technologically, we can't do that. We can't achieve that. And who knows how long that would take, if that's even attainable by the human race. But are there time travelers from far, far in the future, or time travelers that look like humans but they're not? I mean, I'm comfortable saying that, because we just don't know. I mean, if we don't blow ourselves up, if we live another 10,000 years, that might be enough time to develop time travel technology. If other extraterrestrial species are much older than us, and if they're more advanced, that kind of is a logical assumption. If they're more advanced, they tend to be older than us. Could they have attained time travel capabilities? I don't see why not. So I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with the idea that there might be time travelers among us. But as far as humans of our own general time, even humans living 1,000 years in the future, even that may not be enough time to develop this ability. So, but are they among us? They might be. They might be.
I think it's an interesting.
Getting back to that.
Go ahead.
The good stuff and going to Mars and all that stuff. I don't believe that's time travel as much as that's being able to transport from one place to another, maybe figuring that gate out. We did have something called the Philadelphia experiment. And when the ship did disappear, it's been proven, when it reappeared, some of the individuals on the ship were embedded into the actual material there. So I think the ability to, let's say, transport from Earth to another planet or vice versa is possible, but I don't consider that time travel. It's a totally different type of dynamic.
Do you know why they were embedded? I know the answer. I just want to see if anybody knows why they were embedded into the ship. Anybody want to take a guess? No?
No, I'm
because of the waves. Because it's the waves in the ocean. Because the ship goes up and down very subtly. So that's why when it came back, the ship was a little higher or a little lower than it was before. It's pretty cool.
But that also proves the point where you were saying before, where you can't get back to, like, I want to go to 2019 January 1st, and I want to be in New York City, whatever.
Yeah,
it's too complex to be that specific. But to be transported from point A to point B is actually more reasonable scientifically. They're doing it now.
Yeah.
But the ship never disappeared. It disappeared as an illusion. It was still there, maybe in another dimension. Yeah, and came back.
Right.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah. It was still very interesting. I mean, trying to cloak it.
Yeah.
That's all Einstein right there.
Well, you know what? Anne, your thoughts? Time travel. Are we? Do we have time travelers here right now?
I almost feel like it's just, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not going to answer that one. I don't know.
I bet you she's hiding time travelers in her closets. That's why she's refusing to answer. Hiding time travelers in her closet. That's my opinion of it. Well, we're going to change topics here. Did any of you actually prepare a question? Let's just be honest.
I did.
Yes.
Oh, I did, but we kind of addressed it, so it's kind of like a movie.
All right. Well, let's go to William's question. What's your question for the panel? Woo it up for us a little bit, William.
Well, it was kind of along the lines of the way humans are interacting among themselves with this coronavirus thing going around, and if aliens decided to directly interact with us. And I guess the idea was, why would that happen? Could it be because we're simply a Petri dish experiment for extraterrestrials? Is that a valid possibility? Are we simply a large-scale experiment in biology for them to observe? That idea is thrown out there, but how realistic is that idea?
I don't think it's realistic at all.
Yeah, I agree too. But the idea is thrown out there a lot in the UFO community. It's discussed a lot.
Oh yeah.
So it has a life of its own.
But they need something. The UFO community needs something right now because they have nothing. TTSA is silent. Nobody is doing anything because everybody is stuck at home unless you are an essential service around the world. Right? So we're grasping at straws here. And if it means that we got to get into a little bit of silliness, we're getting into that silliness. That's a community right now. And unfortunately, that's the only way it could go. So, I mean, do I agree with it? No.
Dave, that's a community all the time.
You know who's
really
been vocal? The only person of all this, these para-celebrities, you want to call them, that's been vocal is actually David Icke. I've been seeing a lot of Icke stuff lately.
Yes,
and
very
he's
much
been
so.
talking about this is the reptilians and this is
yeah.
the New World Order.
Yeah.
But yeah, all the other guys that are out there selling you, snake oil, and I'm gonna call it like it is, they're nowhere to be found.
Oh, this is David Icke's dream of dreams.
Oh,
right
yes.
Here, what's happening?
Yep.
Oh yes.
Yep,
yes.
sure is. Yep.
I mean,
I feel another book coming.
oh, there is going to be a book.
And a tour.
I mean, David,
A book and a tour.
and for people,
Yeah.
for people who may not know who David Icke is and wondering, well, who is this David Icke? This is a guy who believes that nobody lives up until the age of 90 because if you do, or because he socially agrees that the only reason why Queen Elizabeth is still alive at 92 years old is because she feeds off the blood of virgin children. I mean, that's how sickening this guy and idiotic this guy is. I don't usually put down.
She's a reptilian.
Yeah, she's a reptilian too, and so I don't usually, and Rich knows, and other people who've been on this show know that I don't usually go down that kind of level of ridiculousness. I mean, there's a difference between going through woo, and I love the woo. All right, I can't get enough woo, but there is also a point of trying to state absolute ridiculousness as fact. And that's why we don't hit a lot of those topics on this show. We're about fun here. But I mean, like I've had a number of people come up to me, well, why don't you do a show on Pizzagate? Well, first off, it was proven there is no such thing. All right, because there was a basement. There was no basement in the pizza parlor. Number two, there is absolutely zero proof on anything regarding that. And I'm not saying this as a debate to the panel or anything like that, but there is just certain things that we will not get into because of the way it is investigated and the way that these anonymous sources, never seem to have a name. They never seem to come out. They never have anything. And, as a reporter, I could say that, there's a time and a place where sources need to come out. But when you are making extremely false, wildly ridiculous statements like that, you got to be able to prove it. And none of this is ever provable, ever. So that's kind of my issue on that.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on here. Speaking of the field of ufology, as we got about 5 minutes to go before we go to break, there's a lot of people who are taking the time to look up in the sky. I didn't say skies because that would absolutely send Richie G through the roof because there is only one sky. See how I caught that, Richie, right off the bat? But
I was waiting.
Yeah. All right. Do you think we're going to see more UFOs and have more UFO reports come out now that people are sitting at home and as it starts to warm up, they're going to be spending more time on their patios? Richie.
I don't know, man. I thought we would have already seen an uptick in reports, but we haven't. Actually, it seems to have gotten less active, which is very strange. And I think that might be because we're not outside going to work looking up, going to lunch, looking up. Maybe people look up when they're outside, or we're not even allowed to do certain things right now. So I think it's restricting people from looking up even in their own yards. A lot of people don't realize, but it's boring. Okay, so if you can't handle staying outside for more than an hour to do some real research and see if you can see anything in different locations and different times of the day, then don't even bother. No, I take that back. Actually, go out, stay for an hour, come back in. It's better than nothing, I guess. But I just like to see some real research, but we're not seeing anything, Dave. It's weird. It's very slow.
Well, let me ask you this. What is real research?
Really? If you see something and you don't understand what it is, try to figure out if there was any satellites, airplanes, drones, or anything in the area. And if you're going to put a report in, give every single detail you could remember. Maybe make some phone calls to other people, see if they've seen it, or if they were out maybe in that area. There's a lot of boots on the ground, real research, going out to locations, getting in there, meeting with people, which we can't do. Okay. But that's real research, man. Digging in, finding out the truth no matter what.
Going hard, brother.
Investigative journalism.
Going hard, brother. Going hard, brother.
That's right.
Oh, William, what's your thoughts?
Numbers of UFO sightings, whether they go up or down, that's always a tricky dynamic to wrap your head around, because most people don't report their sightings. So we really don't know if the numbers are actually showing legitimate patterns or not, whether it's an uptick or a downtick. I don't know. Most sightings occur in the summertime. Most sightings occur when people are outdoors, because people are more predisposed to looking up when they're outdoors, when they're not driving their car, when they're not downtown looking at their cell phone, without looking at a good-looking guy or a sexy girl. They're not looking at the skies above them. When you're outdoors at home or camping or in the country, you're far more likely to see a UFO because you're in your environment. Plus, there's less light pollution around you. So, I don't know. It's interesting that more people are at home. So that means there's nothing to prevent you from going into your backyard, as long as you're not interacting in close quarters with anybody, which means you should be able to look up. You're not going to work. You're not driving a car. You're not on your cell phone walking to your office. You're actually home. So it's interesting that there has not been an uptick in UFO sightings. I don't know. We'll see what the future holds as this thing keeps progressing. If we reach a peak and then it descends, how the numbers of UFO sightings are affected or not affected by that. So I do like Richie G's comment about research. It's an objective investigation no matter where it leads. Whether it confirms you saw something anomalous or whether you saw a misidentified flock of birds or helicopters. I mean, it's the process that's important, not the actual end result. As long as you're going through a process of elimination and you're consulting others and trying to find other witnesses, and that whole process is what everyone should go through and try to chronicle everything they've experienced and witnessed as soon as possible, then report it, not waiting months after the fact, because human nature memories do change. So if UFO witnesses, and I hate to use the word experiencer, but UFO witnesses, if they would chronicle all those details as quickly as possible and report it again as quickly as possible, that would go a long way, but that usually doesn't happen. And I hate to be so negative about it, but that's the honest truth.
You are such a negative Nancy. Such a negative Nancy.
Yes.
Way to break. Yes. You just broke the hearts of every field researcher out there right there. You just did that.
Yep.
We might as well
Truth is always negative.
Exactly. We might as well not even have a show now because of that comment.
No, every field researcher, every reputable field researcher will tell you the same thing.
And on
they want information as quickly as possible. Yeah.
And on that note, William, we are going to head to break at the bottom of the hour. We got a great Paranormal Roundtable coming up here on Spaced Out Radio. We're only halfway done. William Pullen, the UFO historian, Lady Ann from KPNLQ VCDB. We have 48-man host, Brian Bowden, and from Goof on Radio, Little Richie G. Stay tuned. Do you eat breakfast for supper? We're getting into that. Here we go.
Man.
You know, when I remember when I first moved out, I was eating eggs for dinner, and it felt great.
Good stuff.
Good.
Oh, you got
Yeah, that's
Cereal,
Great.
anytime I want.
Nope.
Lucky Charms, even if, you know.
It's one of my favorite things.
I can't be the only
Sorry,
one
Dave.
here. No, I cannot be the only one
You might be.
who
I don't know.
absolutely hates breakfast for dinner.
What?
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of breakfast for dinner.
Thank
That's
you.
like a last resort.
Thank you.
No.
Finally,
I mean,
some
unless you're talking
sensibility.
steak and eggs. Steak and eggs is a different story, but in general, no. They pulled that crap at college all the time when they didn't have any food or something like that. That you'd have to go get cereal, and it's like this sucks.
Oh my God. I absolutely hate breakfast for dinner, man. There's a couple things there's a couple things that I have banned in my household. Okay, there is no cooking lamb or fish because I can't stand the smell. And there is no breakfast for dinner. Now, the minute I go away, I know there are certain people in my household who are sneaking breakfast for dinner. I know it's happening. Right under my nose.
Oh, my God.
I know it's happening.
How those flapjacks coming?
Bastards.
I'll tell you what. You know, right now with like the things being so sparse, breakfast or dinner may be the problem. That may not be the problem. I mean,
Yeah, that's
you know,
true. Yeah.
eggs are just like it's like a black market of eggs right now in New York City. And I think they're going like $10 a dozen. Yep, they can't get eggs.
Man.
On that. But one of the greatest things we go out of our apartment and we go walk because although I live in one of the boroughs of New York City, it's a nice neighborhood. They film a lot of movies here, so we go walking. But people just like freak out when you get too close to them, and everybody just like bugs out. And it just looks like one giant Talking Heads video, you know, of everybody just bugging out with their hand. They're so freaked out, like getting close to you. It's beyond belief. You got those people, and then you got some people that are so desperate to talk to anybody. But everybody's staying like 6 feet away from everybody. It's crazy.
So it's Staten Island or Jersey. Or Brooklyn. They film all over, don't they?
I'm in the only borough that has a "the" in the front of it. And anytime I've ever told people where I live, they're like, "Oh, do you kill people? Do you have a gun?" I'm like, "Yeah, I live in the Bronx."
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
My dad used to be a cop in the Bronx.
Yeah, but I had a buddy of mine came in from the UK, and we're jamming and we're hanging out. And because I let him, call your mom. Go ahead. And she's like, "Oh, where are you?" I'm like, "I'm in the Bronx." "Oh my God, Clive, be careful." I'm like, "Yeah, thank God you came
Wow.
Thank God you came now because we're going to be sacrificing nuns by the weekend." I mean, it's just insane. Yeah, they film a lot of stuff. A lot of movies here, a lot of shows.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sounds like a metal band.
Oh, by the way, William, you'll like this. You'll like this. My son has decided that he's figured out his band name. Now, my son, for people who don't know, my son is 6. Okay, and he figured out his band name, his metal band name, because he's really into the metal.
Do tell.
Gods of Hell.
Oh, God, that's good stuff.
Yeah, he's like,
Isn't
"Dad,
that a name already?"
No, there's Godsmack, and there's Lamb of God.
Of War.
Yeah.
And
Gods of Hell. That's good.
yeah, so I don't know if there is a band name with that or not, but all I'm saying is that my kid is awesome. Awesome. Yeah. He is.
Yeah, that's good
That is
stuff.
great. You got to get him a custom hockey jersey with like a devil on it, and on the back it says Gods of Hell.
Hold on.
Nice.
This is my son yesterday. Hold on. I'm going to play this. Do we have time yet? Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to turn.
God,
You got to see the video of this. Hold on. I'm going to. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Sounds like Bumblefoot. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, man! So I don't know if you can see that because it's on a YouTube delay. But there's my son. If you look at the YouTube side, there's my son jamming away on.
Wow,
his
he's
guitar.
got big.
Yeah, dude. He's got his cap on backwards. He's just like, he's got the moves, and he's got this natural flow of how to actually pick at the strings.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I didn't expect that.
Yeah. No,
Get him into open tunings. Get him into open tunings on the guitar.
Oh, dude, I don't.
Once you get the open tunings, it would be great.
What's that?
What is open tuning?
Open tunings is when a lot of bands use it where you're actually tuning it open to a different, so you don't have to play all the chords.
Oh, okay.
So when you only play 2 strings, it sounds like you're playing 6. And open tuning, a lot of
Hold
songs.
on, boys. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Hold on. Hey, YouTube, we got the super chat open. Don't forget, a great way to support this show. Go to our website, spacedoutradio.com/shop. Pick up a shirt or whatever kind of swag we got going there today. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Great to have each and every one of you with us tonight. Want to remind all of you that if you missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and doing a little shopping at the SOR Vault. It's the final Friday of the month, or early Saturday morning if you're on the East Coast. And guess what? It's time for the SOR Paranormal Roundtable, which continues right now. And yesterday, I put up a question for the Thought of the Dave, which I do on a daily basis. And it was about who out there actually believes that you should be eating breakfast for lunch or dinner. I totally disagree with this. And I could not believe the unanimous postings that people think it's okay to have bacon and eggs or waffles or pancakes or what would be considered breakfast food. All right. What would be considered breakfast food for lunch or dinner? And apparently I'm in the minority, Lady Ann. I'm not liking this.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, from what country? Some people have rice for breakfast. Food is just food. And, I mean, you should look it up and see what people eat around the world for breakfast. And when it comes to bacon and eggs, I think it's great for dinner.
Disgusting.
I heard that sigh. Huh.
Disgusting. How about you, Richie G? We're not in college anymore.
Yeah.
We're not in college anymore. We just don't eat certain things except maybe pizza and bacon. Those are the two staples that could be put on anything.
Well, the thing is, I used to feel like you only have eggs in the morning, steak and the hard stuff at night, and whatever after in between. But when I worked the third shift, I remember waking up at 7 at night and having eggs, and I'm like, oh my God, it's dark out. And then, and you just don't care. And now I eat whatever I want whenever I want. If I want a corn dog for breakfast, that's what I'm having. If if I want to have
straight.
Absolutely, man. So what does it matter as long as you're eating and getting the caloric intake you need to survive? And I'm happy when I'm happy, and that's when I'm eating. And I love eating, and I say eat what you want when you want. Dave, you're in the minority. Next person.
Oh, you're terrible. Cable guy Matt, by the way, says no pasta for breakfast. Well, why not? Why not? You're eating eggs for lunch and dinner, right? Now, hold on. Now, there is a caveat to this, okay? So, for instance, if you're working the night shift, or you got one of them, like a lot of police officers and firefighters, they'll work a 7 to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So, I mean, if they sleep until like 5 o'clock and then get up, well, that's technically their breakfast. So they can eat eggs. I'm okay with that. That works for me. Okay, but if you've been up since like 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning or 6, and then for dinner, you're like, oh, well, I'm going to have some eggs, bacon, hash browns, and toast for dinner. No, that's breakfast. You can't have a double breakfast. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Change it up.
I once had breakfast for a whole week, Dave.
Good man.
Pulling.
Hash browns, you mix it up. Sorry.
I don't even know where to go with this.
Well, how come? Have you ever tried it, Dave?
I didn't like it. It felt odd. It felt awkward.
That's exciting, though, isn't it?
It's not
You're
exciting.
Doing something that's out of routine. My gosh, you didn't die.
No, but it's not right. It's not correct. All right. It's like
Who makes these rules.
It's like letting children play soccer. There are certain things that shouldn't happen on this planet.
Wow. I don't know.
Pullen, your thoughts?
Rich is completely correct
Thank you.
in everything he said. I agree. Next.
Amen.
Bowden?
You can eat what you want when you want.
Yep.
To each his own.
Yeah, no. That whole breakfast for dinner thing is not going to happen. Steak and eggs is one thing for breakfast, but no, I'm not doing that anymore.
Anymore? What happened?
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
Steak and eggs, but I'm not doing it for dinner.
Thank you. Thank you. When the
all in the mind.
When the apocalypse happens and we're forced to feed off of wild game, I want to see how many of you are eating deer and porcupine and rats and birds for breakfast instead of eggs. I want to see that.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see that.
Wait.
You city folk.
Well, let me know when the apocalypse happens. We'll do that. So.
Yeah, exactly. All right, gentlemen and lady, let us move on here. We have seen a lot, a very slow start to the whole phenomena of the paranormal here in 2020. And obviously everything is at a complete halt and standstill right now with everything. But I got a question for you in regards to ghost hunting. And Anne, we'll start with you on this one. Do you think the spirits know when something is happening on our side, like what we're going through right now?
I do. I do believe it. I think that everything is connected and that there is a shared knowing about the world and even in our own lives with our passed on relatives and of course.
So you think that they know what we're going through right now?
I do.
Go into detail. Go into detail. Fill me in.
It's hard. It's more like speaking from my own personal stuff that I've been going through with, like, my grandfather. He passed away in 2011, and I still feel him around a lot. There's a lot of different things that point to that he's still around. And based off of feeling, this is no research or anything solid, but based off of feeling, I know that he knows what our family is faced with in regards to all of this, and I can feel him there lending support. So if that's my experience, then who's to say that it's not that way on a grander scale?
Good answer. Good answer. Brian, how about you, man? Do you think those on the other side are taking some time off so that way they can give us a break for what we're going through right now?
Kind of, sort of, because I've had an experience where decades after my grandfather passed away, I had a dream of my grandfather. I was well aware, like, this is a dream. And I said, "Grandpa, you're dead." And he goes, "Yes, I know, honey." And then he went into the fact that he was worried about my mother. So I was having a conversation with him in a dream, what I thought was a dream, but he was spot on because my mother had a heart attack about a week and a half later. I don't know if that's a premonition or if I was actually talking to my grandfather, but it looked like him. I felt the beard and the whole thing. I think spirits are, just because you pass away in your physical form doesn't mean that you're gone. Energy is energy. I just think you just move into a different realm, and you do have the ability to help, support, affect the physical earth that we have right now. So, yeah, I think that they're very much aware of it, and some of them are helping and some of them are laughing.
Very cool. Little Richie G, how about you, man?
What about? I was in the chat room. What do you want? I'm just kidding.
Eggs and bacon.
This is why we love Little Richie G around here. He beats to his own drummer. Well, do you think that, considering that nobody can really go out and ghost hunt right now, well, at least in a lot of communities, you cannot because of the lockdown that's going on. Do you think the ghosts realize this? Do you think that they're actually like, woohoo, I'm at Waverly Hills and there's not a single ghost hunter bugging me today to turn their bloody flashlight on? I know if I was a ghost at one of those popular places, Rich, I'd be happy that there was no people around.
I know what a world would be like without Zach Bagan in your home. Man, it's beautiful.
Oh, man.
They must be dancing at it doesn't matter, everywhere. No, I think you're right. I think that's interesting. I never thought of that. You would have to imagine that even ghosts, spirits, or whatever, they just got to be frustrated with the activity. On the other hand, wouldn't it be nice to have somebody drop by once in a while? So maybe you got to look at it both ways. I don't know. I'll let you know when I'm dead. How's that?
Well, I appreciate that. William Pullen.
I know. Oh, I'm coming.
Oh, good. Good. You're going to be like, let me tell you something, brother.
That's good stuff.
Oh, yeah. That's how Richie rolls.
And no, from a scientific standpoint, I'm going to hedge my bets here and say that, the data, there's no data to suggest they can't, that they're not aware of things going on in our realm. What seems to happen when somebody dies is the energy is transferred. The physical shell we all live in expires, but the energy is still there. And so is that energy still aware of things going on in its former environment? I don't see any reason why not. No. I mean, I don't know if we can influence their environment. People that passed on, the non-physical realm they live in. I don't know if we can influence that at all. But I do think that there's no reason why they wouldn't be aware of what's going on back in our world, the physical world where everyone's still alive, where their shells haven't expired. So, yeah, it's interesting to ponder that, because clearly things are going on now that are life changing and for the entire planet. So, I can imagine some people have passed on, and they're looking back and just kind of observing what's going on to their loved ones back here. They're still alive. So I don't know.
Well, Greco says, how do we know if ghosts are around if a person isn't? Do they reclaim their territory?
We don't. I don't know.
Do they reclaim their territories? That's an interesting thought.
We don't know. Yeah, that Huh.
I was going to say, I wonder when they go, if we start heading back to those places, will they give us more evidence? Maybe will they push us a little harder? Like, where you been? Or in our faces.
Richie, I can answer that a little bit. When we had our forest fires up here and our community was evacuated for 15 days in 2017, that first ghost tour that we did at the museum after the forest fires, it is still to this day the most active night we have ever had.
Wow. That's cool.
Photographs were being taken. We got, that famous photograph that I have of the guy on the stairway of the barn? That was taken that night. And it was just absolutely hopping, where everybody was having insane type of paranormal sightings and experiences with their cameras, with their eyes, people being touched, hair being tugged. I mean, it was like a regular rave at a Vegas nightclub. You know what I'm saying? It was awesome.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say, did you go into that investigation or to that night knowing that it might be more active, or did you realize it like, wow, I can't believe how active it was? Was it because we weren't here?
That's the only thing that we have been able to solve, is that we believe that it happened because it was almost like they were excited to see us and to perform again.
So now you have to see if that holds up.
We will soon see. I mean, do we actually do a tour this year? I don't know. A few of the old cronies on the board seem to be bitching and complaining that we raise money for them.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what we're going to be doing, but it's up to, I don't really care. It's up to them. But nonetheless, I mean, that answers the question a little bit. But I mean, you got to think that a lot of these ghosts, I mean, because you look at wild animals, Brian, you look at wild animals. There are wild animals now moving into territories where they haven't been seen in years. And they are moving in fast.
Yep.
And it's amazing how, when you take people off the streets, how all of a sudden, how quickly Mother Nature actually starts to reclaim what is hers. Have you seen this?
Mother Nature doesn't. Mother Nature doesn't mess around. Not only that, but there are animals that were previously thought extinct that are coming back into different areas. And it begs the question: were they underground? Were they totally kicked out, or were they just, waiting for that moment? It's pretty bizarre how quickly woods get reclaimed, foliage, animals, it just comes right back. We've seen this right now. Look at the canals in Venice. Look at less pollution in Los Angeles. I mean, it's just insane how quickly we can heal, and how quickly the animals were like, yeah, the hell with you guys, we're moving back in. Boom, and they move back in.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
I know in my area, they have already given out a warning for bears and cougars, because during the forest fires a couple of years ago, it was within 3 or 4 days. And now, granted, that was in summertime, but it was within 3 or 4 days when the police and all the special ops crews and the firefighters and everything were noticing like bears and cougars all over the place, and foxes and moose and deer, everything, which is really kind of cool. I remember my neighbor Tony telling me, because he was on the firefighting crew, he was telling me that right behind my house, because right behind my house I have a green belt and then I have a community hall, and right behind my house, or in between my house and the community hall, there's this thatchet of trees and everything, and a cougar mama actually made and gave birth to her babies in there while we were gone. And it's like, oh great, like I hope she doesn't stay. You know what I'm saying? Because they would hear the kittens, and they would hear the mama at night and during the day. while they were standing outside. And they're like, he's like, hey, Dave, you got some new neighbors hanging on out right behind your house. And I'm like, great. Wonderful. But yeah, they put
surprise.
They've put the warning up here for wild animals and for people to watch their children if they allow their children to go play in their yard, like on the trampoline or something like that. And it's happening, man. And it's actually, I think it's kind of cool to see, Anne. Anne?
It's cool until you come up on a cougar.
Yes.
You know, I mean, like, that's not that cool. And you know, it's different for if you have young kids and that type of stuff. We're getting a lot of mountain lions coming back into more residential areas than ever before. And people don't know how to handle it. You know, there's also the idiot factor of people that think they could, because they're protected by whatever they believe in, that the animal's not going to attack. I mean, an animal's an animal.
You got that right. Especially, especially coming out of hibernation.
Fear. Exactly.
Yeah.
William, what's your thoughts?
I've lost a train of thought with all the animals. Humans have encroached into natural environments since we first evolved. So the idea that, you know, with this COVID-19 thing going on and certain things have changed as of late, even before this COVID-19 issue came up, we were seeing more and more reports of cougars and bears and large mammals encroaching back into environments they once owned. And part of that is environmental stress. Humans have been destroying natural habitats for a while. So animals are going to go where they think they can find food and water and shelter. If that happens to be in a forest, that's fine. If it happens to be in a residential area, I mean, that's fine too. They're trying to survive, just like you and I are. So it's an interesting dynamic going in that direction. And Brian's right. As of late, there's been some confirmed reports of species that were previously thought gone extinct. They've been found to have reappeared, or they've been rediscovered. So it turns out they didn't go extinct. They were simply in environments we hadn't had access to. And now those species are reestablishing their numbers and branching out. So we're witness to them, whereas before we thought they were extinct. So it's an interesting dynamic as to what's going on. So we'll see as this COVID-19 issue progresses, as time moves forward this year and the years to come. It'll be interesting to see how often human-animal interactions that weren't happening, say, 10 years ago, how often are they going to happen now? How much more often are we going to see cougars in neighborhoods and bear interactions with people, and how many more species that we thought were extinct will be rediscovered? So, interesting.
Anne, are you still with us? Or are you on?
I am. I'm here.
What's your thoughts?
I love it. I'm glad that the earth is healing. And I mean, me personally, I live kind of in a very small town out in the boonies. So, I mean, we always have cougar warnings and sightings all over here. So that hasn't increased or decreased or anything. Basically staying the same. But yeah, I think right now, as upsetting as the situation is, it's allowing for a lot of healing, and that's important. We needed this.
Richie, have you seen any wild animals running around? Any coyote versus roadrunner sightings?
I have, actually, but that's because the environment where I live, they keep building up, so they're pushing the desert coyote into our homes. They come in through the gates, gated community, and you can see them leaving with somebody's cat, so it's pretty sad. But they got to eat, and they use all the drainage ditches and the little tunnels under the roads, and they live in there. They bring all their food out, and it's amazing to watch. So, yeah, we see it here. Been for years.
Well, at least the coyotes are winning on the streets, because they sure as hell aren't winning on the ice down there. That's for sure.
Yes, no, Coyotes have done actually very well, believe it or not, better than any Canadian team. The javelina are really coming down in droves. They're
Javelina. What are javelina?
javelina. There was a family of 15 that
Cool.
my parents took pictures of where they live. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got to Google what javelina are. Rich Giordano, William Pullen, Brian Bowden, and Lady Ann joining us for the Roundtable. Hour 3 is next on Spaced Out Radio. Now, hold on a second here. NHL Western Conference standings. As of right now, let's see here. I mean, let's just get this out of I don't want the East. Why the frig would it give me the East? I want the West. You momos. Western Conference. All right. Just so you know, your Phoenix Coyotes, 70 games in, are 33, 29, and 8. The Canucks are 4 points ahead. The Flames are 5 points ahead. The Oilers are 9 points ahead. The Winnipeg Jets are 6 points ahead.
Wow.
Nobody cares about Toronto, so we're not even going to bring that up. All right. And it doesn't matter for Montreal or Ottawa.
Okay. No. Not at all.
Well, it doesn't because they're in the Eastern Conference. Okay. Montreal.
No, I know. No, I'm agreeing.
All right.
You're right.
All right. Even though you got Taylor
Bacon
Hall.
and eggs.
Oh, why? You people were cruel during that. Cruel. All right, you guys chat away. I'm going to run my pups outside. I'll be right back. And don't forget, YouTube is live. Have some fun. And YouTube, you guys have some fun too. We'll be right back here. You guys chat away.
Sure.
See you tomorrow.
Hold on, I gotta stir the hash browns over. Hold on.
All right.
It's gonna be so good.
Hash browns?
Some Pop-Tarts, maybe some lukewarm Pepsi. And
Oh,
I'm gonna
everything
have
but
some
the
milk.
Pepsi.
good
Coffee.
stuff. Man.
Overflowing coffee.
I'm gonna have
Coffee's
a
corn dog. Nice.
Yeah.
I had a thought.
Yes, ma'am.
Back when we were talking about the UFO sightings, increased sightings or decreased sightings, I was always under the impression that when, you know how there's planes and they put out chemicals and then all of a sudden it changes the weather?
chemtrails. Yeah.
Chemtrails.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I was told by someone who had been in the military and everything, and this was when I was really little, that they did it because they were trying to cover the sky space so that way people wouldn't see what they were doing with either the military planes or UFOs or whatever. And I would assume that if that was the case, then they would still be doing that, and hence why people still wouldn't have like an increased amount of sightings, because they would still be covering up the sky. I mean, what's your thought?
I don't know, man. It seems to me a chemtrail covers such a small percentage of the sky. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, I think I talked to there's a couple of military veterans here I talked to in San Antonio, one of which I went to college with, and he always remarks that, you know, a lot of UFO sightings, especially around military bases, are potentially black ops military apparatus, and so be that civilians would attribute it to be a UFO because they don't know what it is. By definition, it's unidentified. So there's no real need to hide that because, you know, it's flying at, usually that stuff flies at such an altitude, at such speed, a civilian couldn't possibly definitively identify it as a military plane, so it remains a UFO. But I guess it's a possibility. If a veteran is telling you that, then like anything else military related, they're they're conducting operations that we as civilians aren't privy to. So
Right.
it's a possibility, I guess. But
Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
No.
I think
know,
because you have to spray a
Go ahead.
huge amount of the sky.
Right.
Mhm.
yeah.
I mean,
mean,
a lot of the
if
talk
you-
about chemtrails is You're changing the atmosphere to prevent, I guess, the aliens or seeding it so that aliens can't come here. I don't know what they're spraying in general, but I mean, and also when you deal with military, you don't know if they're in the need to know. So they may know something, but they may not know everything you need to know. It's very compartmentalized. Like Lazar. Lazar knew what he was working on, and as a scientist, it was probably like, oh my God, this is incredible. But he didn't know the grander picture of what the heck they were doing with it. You know, he could assume, but you know, one of the funny things about, you know, I have a group I started called the New York State UFO Project, and we do research, you know, boots on the ground, but we also do live meetings for people to come in that have had experiences and don't know where to go with it. But one thing I noticed, you should see a ramp up of UFO activity, especially during this global event. And there's nothing. And I think a big reason is, I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, but I'm in New York City, and I saw one plane in the last 3 weeks.
Right.
And I mean, and then you got to ask yourself, who the hell's flying?
Right.
At this point, you know? So with all the aircraft out, okay, let's give them drones every once in a while for like different groups. There should be sightings. I mean, there's tons of people out, and I'm not seeing anything. I went out, I look up all the time, and I'm looking for these things. Not a glint in the sky, nothing. But then again, you got to understand something. Aliens don't want to be known. They do things very covertly. So,
but what makes sense that we're not flying the airplanes and the drones. So obviously sightings have gone way down because that's generally what people are seeing. Talk about weather balloons. They're not working, so they're not sending up the balloons, minus those.
Right.
So everything that usually is in the sky isn't. And that's why I say there's not that many UFOs, if there's any at all. It's quite amazing. I mean, there are, but I'm just saying, you know, overpopulated areas.
For sure.
I've had my fair share of experiences. I mean, the last time we were at Pine Bush 2 years ago, and I did a CE5 there, not the Dr. Greer crap. You know, we had 100 people there, and we tried to call in a craft. And my hand to God, we called in a craft. We had a craft above our heads. It did tricks for us. It responded to lights. It was absolutely
that's awesome.
It blew everybody away.
That's
when was
awesome.
this?
And this was 2 years ago at Pine Bush, New York, which is where Whitley Strieber used to live. That's where the communion stuff happened.
Okay.
This year we're going back if they have it, and we're going to be doing another CE5.
All right, guys, hold on here. We're only 10 seconds away. Joe Monk has something whistling in the woods. Whistle back, Joe. Whistle back. Your Sasquatch is there. Take a picture at about 1:30 from where you're sitting, too. Show us what you got. Music's on.
I put a picture in for your son for his band.
I saw that.
Skype chat.
Here we go.
Yep, there you go.
Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour is underway tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates and on the digital side on Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ornithopter. Ornithopter is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and keeping up to date on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. We got the Paranormal Roundtable happening right now. It happens every final Friday of the month, and this is why we bring in the creative crew that we do from Goof On Radio. We got Rich Giordano. We have William Pullen, our resident UFO historian from KPNL DB. We have Lady Ann as well along the lines of podcasting. You hear this guy in about 186 shows that he does. Brian Bowden, I really appreciate you guys taking the time to come on in and hang out with us. We're going to get to the rest of your questions here because I know the panel has questions left over, and we're going to get to those in a minute. But I want to get to this one here because this is something that, ever since we've kind of been locked down, social media has been in a frenzy. We're seeing all of a sudden an increase in all these CGI videos, and people say, can you believe this is happening in Italy? In the meantime, on the next scroll, you go down and it's the same video, but it's happening in Singapore. We're seeing all of this crap, and I've started eliminating people from my social media because of the silliness of it all. I don't need to see that on my timeline, and I'm a firm believer that if you can't tell that it's not real, you shouldn't post it. It needs to go away. All right. And it hurts the entire field of ufology. Rich, I want to start with you on this one because I know you're passionate about this kind of stuff. All right. Well, what do you think of all of a sudden, because we're in this pandemic, that all of a sudden there's this increase of fake UFO videos that is making the rounds again?
Increase? It hasn't changed. It's always been this bad. I don't mind debunking. Excuse me. I think I swallowed a fly. No, it was an orb. Never mind.
Oh, dots? Was it dots?
No, it was an actual spirit orb that has now taken over me.
Okay.
What I want to say to you is this, that honestly, there has not been that much of an uptick in the fake stuff. I think that there's not that much real investigating going on. Nobody's doing anything. So I think this is really all we have to go by.
Wow.
Capiche?
Well,
I don't know what you want from me. I don't think there's an uptick. I think it's been awful for the last 15 years since YouTube came out. 10 years ago, we used to get sightings. Oh my God, it was awful, just all the time. Like 3, 4, 5 new videos a day from all over. Now I don't see that many. Really, I don't. I think it's dropped way down because people have figured out how they can tell what's real and what isn't. And these videos just don't go viral anymore.
I'm surprised that you're saying that. Now, and let me tell you why. I have eliminated and pulled myself out lately in the last 5 days. I have pulled myself out of about 30 groups, and I've eliminated about 35, 40 people from my Facebook because they are posting these CGI videos all of a sudden. And I have seen it's the same video. I agree with you. It's nothing new. It's the same videos. But the fact that they're going around like, oh my God, have you seen this over Singapore? Have you seen this over Kalamazoo? I can't believe this is happening right now, and the media isn't reporting on it. How, of course they're not going to report on it. They don't believe in this stuff, and it's just, to me, it all goes along with the nonsensical hype of toilet paper. All right. That's what I'm seeing.
And I think that's a mistake that you're backing out of all that, because you have to stay sharp. And if you remove yourself from that stuff, then you're missing out on new CGI technology that might be being used, or just a pattern. And you can see a lot of the same people making the same videos over and over again, just from different countries, but it's usually the same 5 people. They just change their name. You can tell. It's kind of an interesting thing. It's like there's 1 or 2 guys in the United States who constantly change their name, make a channel, put up a fake video, and see if it goes viral. That's just to get monetized and make more fake videos. If it doesn't get that monetization quickly, they don't do anything and start over. It's a trend we've been seeing the last 5 years since you can make money on YouTube.
See, that's why I have you.
So you have to just see how many videos they have, see if they're duplicates, mirrored. Just it's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting time. We're in a transition, right? So we're in a transition from CGI to reality. They're going to make them so good we can't tell if they're real or fake anymore. That's what scares me.
Brian, what's your thoughts? Have you seen an increase?
I think people are just so bored that you got a whole bunch of people now that are finally figuring out what Facebook is or whatever, and signing up for it because apparently that's what they've got free time, and they're digging through all these things and like, did you see this? Did you see that? But the scary part is what you just mentioned before was the fact that we're going to get to a point where people won't know if it's real or fake, because they're getting better at it. But yeah, no, I see them all the time. I have a group, what is it, UFO Roundtable, and people post stuff about it's not only just UFOs. It's like angels falling from the sky. I mean, it's everything you can even think of, and you just shake your head like, people are that gullible, or how are they? How can you not realize it's fake? I mean, some of it's really bad. But I agree. Don't pull yourself out of too many groups. You got to know who the idiots are, and who the people that are the ones that are passing off the fake stuff or trying to. This way, when you come across them again, you can put them to task, for what they've done. But it's just a joke.
Ann, are you liking all these CGI videos that are going on?
I have to be honest with you. I haven't seen not one. I am not somebody who... I'm on Facebook, but only to a certain extent. Usually I have my messenger open, but I am so busy reading, writing, creating, and doing that I really honestly have not come across anything.
Wow. Well, William Pullen, you got the final say on this one.
Most of my stuff I do on Facebook or Instagram, the vast majority Facebook, and I rarely look through my feed. I write something on my blog page, write a report on my group, and then I'm out. But with all this COVID-19 stuff going on, I wanted to see what kind of reaction was going on in my feed, and I have seen an uptick. I have seen an uptick in unsolicited links, random information, fake news, misinformation, disinformation, unverified content thrown out there, with it seemingly not even an effort to confirm its validity at all. It's very disheartening because people don't process information correctly. They throw caution to the wind. They see a link and they assume, oh, this must be valid, when it may not be. It's yet to be confirmed, or it's clearly fake news or what have you. The whole fake news misinformation problem has been prevalent in the political world for a long time, for the left and the right. That bled into the UFO topic. And now with this COVID-19 stuff going on, I think there has been an uptick in that. And it's a horrible situation. I'm going to lump everything together. As UFO paranormal investigators, we have a hard enough time trying to find valid data and evidence to examine in an effort to find some answers. That's hard enough to do without having to swim against the tide of fake news, without having to debunk and spend time debunking misinformation. It makes it even harder. And when somebody shares that kind of content, when they blindly share a link or post a story on their Facebook page or group or what have you, that's clearly fake, or they don't bother to check if it is or not, they, in effect, have become a misinformation agent. They're misinforming the public. So there's no need for a Richard Doty anymore. We do it to ourselves. It's a horrible situation, Dave. And I agree with you. And there has been an uptick in it. And I've done the same thing. I've unfriended over 200 people on my Facebook personal account and left several groups because they're just spreading misinformation. And that's, at the very least, that's professionally sloppy. It's horrible.
All right, let's get to the panel's questions tonight. Ann, let's get to your question. What do you want us to think about?
Well, it's a silly question that I normally ask everybody. It's one of my favorites. I want to know, if all of you had no choice at all, and you had to be either a vampire or a werewolf, which would you choose and why?
Brian, you go first.
Very interesting question. Just given the generic vampire status or werewolf, I may go with a vampire. because you can travel. Got a lot more power than most people realize. Yeah, I'd go with vampire.
Little Richie G.
I would like to be a vampire because, but I would, because you live as long as you can possibly stay out of the
Yes.
sunlight or get hit with a wooden dot. It is I who will suck the blood of anybody who gets in my way. It is I who will live forever.
Oh, very romantic.
And that is why. That is why, though.
I love it.
That is
Okay. All right.
that was actually kind of romantic there, little Richie G. Kind of
Nice.
romantic.
I
Very
love.
nice.
There you go.
I want to suck your blood. Remember that?
Yes. All right, William Pullen. Who are you? Are you Dogman, or are you on team Vampire, or are you on Team Stump?
Team vampire. Yeah, you get to live forever, travel around. There's not many negatives, and strangely, it's not strangely, but some vampires, the way they're portrayed in the movies, which is not accurate. I'm not advocating movies, but what I'm saying is that a lot of vampires have very alluring, very attractive mates, and that as a single guy, I'm good with that. So yeah, we'll go with vampire. Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Mhm.
Very good call.
Yeah.
I'm going with Vampire
That
as
definitely does
well.
not suck. So.
Yeah, I'm going with Vampire as well because I like the night. If given a choice between being up in daylight hours or nighttime hours, 100% of the time I am choosing nighttime hours. So I am going with the night because that's what vampires do. And, I'm on Team Vampire for this one, and I think the majority of us too. Plus, I mean, if you go with werewolf, I mean, you get all hairy and, you got hair sprouting out of you everywhere and then every orifice that you don't want it to go. I mean, much like, turning like 40 for me, I mean, you just get hairy. And And, I don't like that. So I'm just going to stick with Vampire and go from there. Rich, I got to know what the wooden dot was. Get hit with the wooden dot.
Sorry.
Wooden dot. Where are you getting that?
You said wooden dot. You said you'd have to dodge the wooden dots.
When?
When you were describing why you wouldn't
I
want to.
think
Oh
like
no!
art.
Oh, the
Like
wooden
darts.
darts, like
Oh,
getting
darts.
hit in the heart with the stake. You know how
Oh,
they
yes.
drive a stake, wooden darts. All right, it's my accent. Dots. Hey,
Oh, that is
That's great.
awesome. All right.
wooden dots. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, that's funny.
We got about 7 minutes to go before we get to the break at the bottom of the hour. The SOR Paranormal Roundtable continues. Little Richie G, let's get to your question.
Huh? Oh, we talked about it already. It was already used, but I have another one, I guess, at the ready if you need. All right, you do? All right.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So, if you could go back into time, what era of the entire world's history, where would you go? And why? Dave, we'll start with you.
If I could go all Greta Thunberg and travel back in time, all right, and then jump forward. I don't want to go way back when, okay, because I kind of like amenities like the toilet, okay, sinks, showers. Not that I'm a priss or anything like that, but I wouldn't want to go like caveman or dinosaur days or anything like that. This is what I want to do to keep the woo up. I want to go back in time about 65 years to see whether or not President Eisenhower actually signed that deal with aliens out in California. The Greada Treaty. I want to know if that actually got signed. Trading humans for technology. I want to know. I'm curious. I want to believe that story. So I only need to go back like 65 years because in that 65 years, that would also include some of these alleged technologies that we got from the aliens, like fiber optics, microwaves. You know, the person who designed the ugly Toyota Prius, you know, he was born around then sometime. All right. That's what I want to go. I want to go back 65 years. I'm good with that because, I mean, you get to see the building of the SR-71, the beginning of stealth technology, and all the really cool toys that we know and do not know of. And it all started back then. And I want to know what happened.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and you can see, you know, the night when you were born. Oh, yeah, you're not 65. That's right. Oh,
Wow.
never mind.
Wow.
And where would you go? And why?
Oh goodness. Well, the 20s, for all the reasons. I love that era.
Chaplin,
Mm.
right? Charlie Chaplin, and then you also who else? Einstein. You could have met. That would have been cool, right? Oh wow, that would have been great. But
Yeah,
why?
that would be interesting.
Give me one reason why.
I don't know. You know, I grew up with my grandparents, and they told a lot of stories about how it was back then. So, you know, like I would love to see my grandpa. One of the things that he always said was he'd take the little girl's hair and he'd dip it in the inkwell. And I think it'd be fun to know my family back then and actually get to see and participate in the stories that were told.
You're an old soul, aren't you?
I've been told that.
Yes, you are. All right, Dave. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go right ahead. I'm enjoying this. I'm catching up.
Who do we have left?
You got Mr. 268 podcasts, Brian Bowden, and you have
Increasing.
and you have
Podcast man.
you have the Flying Scotsman, William Pullen.
Irish.
Mr. Podcast man. Same question. Where did you go and why?
Brian?
Mr. Podcast man, Brian.
It's Brian. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. I was just thinking because there's a couple of different spots that I'd like to be in, but I'm thinking I want to be in the era of where I guess the knights would be, that whole Richard and knights that are traveling around and doing the good for the people. I think it'd be pretty interesting to see how real people dealt with problems that we don't deal with at this point. Although when you mentioned that you wanted to shower in the bathroom, Dave, that was very important too. So that would have been a little tough. But yeah, I'd probably go back to a little bit of the Middle Ages.
Wow, man, that would be disease-ridden, famine-based,
Oh yeah,
right?
much like Earth today.
It would be an interesting trip, kind of like right now, but
yeah.
kind of like it right now, but you know, there's a lot of questions that come from that period if you're investigating some of the strange stuff that takes place, you know, like what's the purpose of Stonehenge and what have you, and you know, maybe you can bear witness to why they had things or what they had.
Mr. Pullen, pull me out of this nightmare. Give me the answer I'm looking for, will you?
I want to go back to the Roswell Army Airfield in July of '47.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what kind of answers are these? Unbelievable.
Well, we don't know that what crashed at Roswell was extraterrestrial.
No,
we don't
I love
know.
it. But why not go back to the Egyptian, the Roman days? Check that stuff out. That's what I.
Because they're not interested in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
well,
I want
shame
definitive
on
answers.
me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shame on.
I want definitive answers. I want to be able to go out to the debris field. I want to see what they actually recovered. You know, not what we've been told, but what did they recover? So I'd have those answers, and then in that whole area, you'd have from that time frame, you'd be able to examine a lot of other cases that we strongly believe was extraterrestrial, but without a piece of the craft, we can't prove the case. You know, there's still a little question mark there. So that whole time frame, there was so much going on the CIA was established, National Security Act was passed, Roswell occurred, and the whole launching of Project Saucer to Project Grunge, Project Blue Book. It was a very active era in UFO history. I would love to be back there and be part of it and actually know what's going on.
Actually,
as opposed to theorizing it.
Yeah, that's a really good answer.
And on that note, I'm going to get you guys to hold on. And Richie G, we got to find out where you would want to go. We definitely need to find that out. When we come back from break here on Spaced Out Radio, only 30 minutes to go on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. And don't forget, it is Friday night. So if you're in YouTube, hang out. If you're not in YouTube, you want to go there after the show. We're going to continue with the after party live on YouTube.com/Spaced Out Radio. More of the Roundtable coming up after this. Hi, everybody. I'm Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Dave.
What are you doing, Dave?
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, good stuff.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm scared, Dave.
Little Richie G makes me fucking laugh. Totally makes me laugh. Honestly, there isn't a thing that comes out of your mouth that I don't want to laugh at. And it's awesome. And I thank you for that.
Well, thank you for saying that. I tried to be serious once, but everybody laughed at me. It's an old joke, yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate you, little Richie G.
I didn't mean to continue on asking that way, but you said, no, go ahead. I was just, I don't know.
It works for me. It works for me.
I know. You're very nice.
So if you guys
Rich is taking over the show. Rich is so rude. That's why he's so mean. Why Dave have him on? What's he having him on for? He won't shut up. He interrupts everybody. He's not that smart. Kind of ugly.
Oh, dude, you're a handsome devil. You're a handsome devil.
Wow.
You are. Unlike me. I'm like one of those patch quilts. Whatever grandma had left, that's what got sewn together. I mean, you look at Bowden. You look at Bowden over there. He's a good-looking guy. Poland's a good-looking guy. Got the tats. Looks really badass. And then there's me. I don't know what the fucking Heinz 57 that I am. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work.
That
Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
See it.
Please.
I don't know.
You're like his twin.
You got all those promo shots of you, Dave. You look great. You're fine.
I had to pay to look that good.
Shampoo or something.
I had to pay to look that good.
Beard and long hair, man. That's rocket, man.
No, I don't have the long beard right now. You know, overweight.
No, he said long hair.
But you got the hair, though. You got the hair, long hair, man. It goes a long way.
That hair grows fast.
I'm definitely jealous of the hair.
Well, you should be. You guys.
There you have it. Yep.
The weird thing about Dave is the hair's just like that in his armpits.
And you know this towel.
I'm sorry.
And it's braided.
Oh, goodness.
He's Bigfoot.
That's it, Dave. You got to go with dreads now.
Oh my god.
Oh God.
Oh, like Big Mama.
Reggae Dave, yeah.
Oh.
Reggae Dave.
Oh, by the way, we got breaking news in the YouTube chat room from Cosmic Grandmaster. I farted. Isn't that nice?
What a gas.
Isn't that nice? Woo. We always like to get the breaking wind news here. Anyhow.
There you go.
Oh. There's that awkward silence right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, look at the time.
Yeah.
I got
tomorrow.
I got chicken wings in my fridge right now.
Oh God, you're killing me. It's like almost 3 a.m. and I know it's like not that late for you over there.
God.
Yep.
Chicken wings, some bacon and eggs with a Pop-Tarts. Oh, that's good stuff. Damn it. Maybe a corn dog. Some warm Pepsi.
I had a burger and fries earlier on too.
Man,
Nice.
Yeah.
Just had a roast beef, guys. That's it.
damn.
I'm waiting for the moment where I have to track and kill my own bear.
Bear jerky's good.
Bear jerky is very
Bear's
good. Bear jerky, really good.
Yeah.
I heard elk is actually a really good meat.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's
I've
not
heard
bad.
that too.
I like bison.
I had moose for the first time this year. I was actually happy with that.
Oh, wow.
I was
Oh,
very
dear.
happy with that.
Nice.
I had this blend called jackalope. It was jackrabbit and antelope put together in a sausage. It was really
Nice.
good. Yeah.
This is
That's a
great.
great trip.
Give me some ideas. I mean, as far as hunting, for me, it's either squirrels or pigeons.
Go with the squirrel.
No. They have no. That has like the plague in it. I'll go with the pigeon. We do have bald eagles by me too, but I'm not going to take one of those out.
A few years ago, I had a buddy of mine come up from Florida, and he had only seen maybe 4 or 5 bald eagles his entire life. I took him down this one road. Took him to I took him to the garbage dump by my house, and there's like 100 bald eagles sitting at the garbage dump just hanging out. And he's like, "You got to be kidding me right now." I'm like, "No, man."
That's great.
Took him down the
That's awesome.
Took him down the highway, and I said, "See that big nest in the tree? That's a bald eagle. That's a bald eagle nest. That's a bald eagle nest." He's like, "You got to be kidding me right now." And I'm like, "No, man." You know, I love the bald eagles. Love the bald eagles.
Mm.
All right. Where are we here? We're into our final commercial.
Can't believe it.
Hi, Rich.
It went by so fast.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
No, it did.
Rich, I cannot believe on your show tonight, as we go back to the show here. Can't believe on your show you didn't ask the 8-ball about when or if El Ovni Volador, the Mexican wrestling UFO giant, was going to come on Goof On. Come out of the shadows. Here we go.
Well,
We passed the halfway point of space. Halfway point? We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you all tuning on in. Remember, if you've missed most of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Yeah. We introduce for the final time tonight our panel on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable, which happens the final Friday of every month, where we bring in from Goof On Radio little Richie G, that we call him around here, Richard Giordano from KPNL Digital Broadcasting. We have Lady N. We have Brian Bowden from No Boo But Me podcast. Great podcast. He also hangs out with the Crypto Guru quite a bit. And UFO historian William Pullen. That is your panel for tonight. And Richie, right before the break, you asked a question. Where would we like to travel back in time? Where does little Richie G want to go?
I thought about it. Do I want to go back to where Atlantis was, see what it looked like, or Egypt time, or caveman, or whatever? I actually thought about this several times, and I never ever talked about it. I'd like to go back as far back as I can to where the Earth did not have its oceans. Just if we can, if that's even a possibility, I'd like to see what it was like. They say it was supposed to be like hell on Earth at that time, but where did the oceans come from? I want to know. It couldn't have been from panspermia, all these asteroids bringing water in. That would take a ton of rocks. But is that how everything formed? Is that where we got our land? Probably not, because it's plate tectonics. I need to know this stuff. So I'd like to go way back and, be a geologist if that's what they were called, and go around and get all the samples from the history of Earth. I think it would be weird to be, well, there would be no food. I didn't think it through. Yeah, there would be no food, but I'd be able to live.
No air. So
Oh, yeah, that
that's an
too.
answer, though.
No air.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
that's an answer. Yeah,
maybe then I'll change that answer.
Well,
they still a good answer though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to think of something nobody else thought of. But that would be interesting, though, because I'd like to know, before the dinosaurs, you know, when there was all of the landmass was supposedly one landmass. It's weird. I know it doesn't make sense. You're not going to get much science out of it, I guess, but I guess you could if you could survive.
Oh, you get a ton of science out of it. Oh yeah, it'll be all science. Yeah.
But there wouldn't be any people, you know, probably no trees. If there's no ocean, there's no. Yeah, I just like to know. I would like to know how that started, how it got kick-started. It's very strange. Yeah. Earth is so rare. I don't think people realize it. That's why people think there are no aliens out there. It's just that's how rare and weird our planet is. For us, anyway. I don't think we can find another planet like ours. It's got to be out there, you would think, right?
Little Richie G from Pangea.
Yeah. Don't they have like one of the
Pangea? Yeah. What is that?
Yeah.
What about one of the moons from
supercontinent?
From where?
Yeah, Jupiter has a couple of moons that are very similar to Earth's. You know, very similar to Earth in general. I mean, it's I've got the exact one, but no, it's.
Well, Europa has water.
Europa
has water, but there was another one that just recently was they were talking about for the most part, and I just got to find out which one of the names are. I mean, I've been using my astronomy for a long time. Kids don't ask about that. Pretty much ask if I can have an iPhone. What they do with it, I don't know. But one of them it looks almost exactly like Earth.
Wow.
I want to go. I want to go back to a time, and I just thought about this. I want to go back to a time not so long ago when we were able to play hide and go seek outside at night with our friends.
Oh, I remember that.
Damn it.
Now,
that was so
Ganymede,
good.
by the way.
What's that?
Ganymede? Ganymede is the moon.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it looks really lot like Earth, but I'm liking that whole hide and go seek. I'm liking the fact where we used to be able to go outside and just hang out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without a care in the world.
We used to build forts and climb trees.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Have you guys ever built a fort underground? Me and my friends did. It was pretty cool.
No, that sounds.
Yes, we did.
I
we
have
had all wood, and
I have total anxiety just thinking about that.
Good times.
Underground, Area 50. Yeah.
Yeah.
Area G for Rich Giordano.
Well,
Area G.
Oh yeah.
Area G. That's cool. Yeah.
Well, we called it the G spot.
Of course you did. Very nice, because for Giordano, of course. I want to go back.
Yeah, for Giordano.
I want to go back to a time when you could play kick the can, and everybody dispersed. And, you know, at nighttime kick the can. That was awesome. Nighttime kick the can.
Not in my neighborhood. You get your butt kicked for that. Keep it down out there. All I hear is cans.
Be kicked the kid.
It's nice to be able to use your imagination again, and not have to rely on looking it up or asking one of those, Siri, use your imagination. Come up with your own stories. Come up with your own science fiction and mystery, and think what things would be like.
Oh, for sure.
That's what we did, right?
For sure.
Yeah. We actually, there was more originality back then. Today, it's just like no one has an original thought or an idea. They just rely on something that's maybe 10, 20 years old. And like Hollywood's been remaking the same crap for like a while now.
Yeah.
No one wants to see it. And then it's funny because there's a couple of people that do have, original ideas, and they just blow them off like, oh, no, we're just going to remake Annie again. Like, why?
Exactly.
It's too hard to be original.
Exactly. And every neighborhood had that one parent back then that would stand on their porch and blow a whistle. Yeah. Thank God that wasn't my parents. My mother would always be like, David, time to come in, David. 5 more minutes, Mom. I'm just at the end of the driveway. Get inside. The prowlers are coming. Oh, that hurt my throat. But that's what I got.
Oh,
That's what I got. Subdivision living.
I'd like to go back to a time when we could have Roman candle fights.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Those hurt, but they were fun. I mean, we did a lot of stuff that was really, really stupid.
Yeah, and it was
beyond
December.
stupid.
Whatever happened the day where you could drive around cruising, if you were a lady or in teenage years, you were cruising down the strip looking for girls if you're a guy, and the other way around, and whatever you were into, and then you see someone you didn't like, so what you did was you egged their car. Remember those good old days where you could egg a car and not have to worry about having somebody pull a gun on you or anything like that?
No.
I did have a guy pull a gun on me.
Didn't never egg anybody, sorry.
We used to have senior prank day at the high school here, and the entire town would be covered in toilet paper.
Right. Maybe that's what's going to happen. We're going to cover the planet in toilet paper.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And now today, people are praying about those days where, could somebody come toilet paper my house, please? Somebody come toilet. The dream of every homeowner right now across North America. Could someone please come toilet paper my house?
Ding dong dog poop.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into it here.
That was great.
Let's get into it here, as we only got about 10 minutes to go here on the Paranormal Roundtable. And, speaking of which, quickly here, you notice in children's playgrounds, there's no more merry-go-rounds or any of those that would make you absolutely sick. That's terrible. When's the last time you went to your kid's school or checked out a playground? There's never a merry-go-round anymore. That was the whole purpose of the fun, was spinning it as fast as you could and then trying to jump off and grab your feet and trying not to puke at the same time, right? But
that's the gateway to fun.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Today's kids will never know. Never know. All right. Let's talk cryptids here, as we got about 10 minutes left here on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable with Rich Giordano, William Pullen, Lady Ann, and Brian Bowden. Cryptids. I want to go back into the cryptid world for a second here, because the great debate out there for some is which cryptid will be proven first. Now, that is not extinct animals that would come back or that we'll find that are living again, but actual cryptids, Dogman, fairies, Bigfoot. You know what I'm saying? William, let's start with you.
Oh, yeah.
I would think Bigfoot. There's a lot of data that strongly suggests it's a real physical creature. And the geographical area it's sited in is pretty diverse. We're talking 2/3 of the United States and most of Canada. So that's a wide range. So the chances of you actually being able to prove definitively it exists go up, because it's not exceedingly rare. It's not like you're trying to find what's extinct now, but it'd be like trying to find a dodo bird. There aren't any left. You can't find it. Bigfoot, it's such a wide range, it suggests that it's not that uncommon. Whether it's strictly physical or not, it seems like it's not inherently very rare. So I would think that Bigfoot would be the first cryptid that would be definitively proven to exist. I'll go with that.
Anne, how about yourself? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go with Sasquatch as well. There's, a lot of research and a lot of stuff being done, and it seems more tangible than everything else.
All right. Let's go over to Little Richie G.
Gonna say Sasquatch, and I don't even remember the question.
Well, the question was, which cryptid do you think has the best chance of being proven to exist?
Oh yeah, by far, Loch Ness Monster. I'm joking. It's Bigfoot. Oh my gosh, it's awfully quiet. Of course, it's
Wow.
Bigfoot. There's nothing else that compares to Bigfoot. You're never gonna find. You're never gonna get the real evidence, but that's the most we're gonna get. That's as close as we're gonna get as where we've already gotten. That's it. There's not enough trail cams, and that's the thing. Anytime there's a trail cam picture of Bigfoot, he's either too close or too blurry, too far to the right, too far to the left, too low, too high. It's never him bending down, looking into the lens like, I wonder what this thing does. You know, you never see his face. It's always a hip bone or something like that. I'm like, all right, if they're not catching him on the trail cams, they're never going to catch him. What, they fly drones now? Drones with the infrared technology? They don't see it. They can't see through all that canopy. I don't know, man.
I agree with
think
you on that.
Bigfoot, yeah, but I don't know why we can't have harder evidence. Because there was a show, and I don't remember if it was Expedition Unknown or what. I think it was with Josh Gates, where they got all of the evidence that they could find, the prints, the hair samples, and the scat, and everything was tested, and it turned out it had a logical explanation: a bear, raccoon, a deer.
Right.
This is the problem we go back to, whether these things are people or, going back to that. If this cryptid is 99% like humans, it's going to have similar DNA, RNA going on that. I think one of the reasons why you cannot capture this thing on the trail cams and most cameras that you get the blob squatch is because I think once these cryptids are aware, and they are very aware of what cameras look like, I think they go into a defensive posture and they cloak. And through whatever materials that they're cloaking in, they have a way to interfere with the visual wavelength that those cameras actually take pictures on. Also, with the fact that they're very nocturnal, they're going to see the infrared as if a camera would see an infrared light. So if you've ever had a baby camera, and for the night, check on the baby when it's at night. If you just took your regular camera, your phone camera, you could see the light shining down.
But what if they came up behind the camera? What if they came up from behind the camera? We never see those either.
No, they do come up behind cameras, and they do move the cameras. They're very much aware of that. One of the best proof of Bigfoot being unaware of the fact that there was a camera was there was an eagle cam, I think, in the Pacific Northwest someplace. Right. And it was situated really high up on a nest to see, the eagles that were being born. They caught what looked like a giant monkey on the ground below. Yeah. That cryptid did not realize that there was a camera up there. And it was fairly clear, with the exception of it being further away. It was probably one of the clearest shots, besides the Patterson film, of this type of creature. I mean, and I think they're definitely going to, of all of them, it'll be Bigfoot first. And it'll be one of the, and I believe there are different species of Bigfoot. It's not just the same Sasquatch, because the characteristics in different parts of the country, physical looks, are different. There's probably about several different types of Bigfoot out there. Sasquatch, Bigfoot.
All right, I guess it's up to me. I'm going to go a little bit different here. I think we prove that as much as I believe in Bigfoot, because I've seen Bigfoot, I'm going something different. I think we're going to prove that sea monsters are real. Sea monsters like Megalodon. I'm banking on it. The ocean has too many mysteries that it's hiding right now in order to say that a lot of these creatures don't exist or no longer exist or extinct or whatever you want to put it. And I think that we are going to be able to see firsthand that creatures like Megalodon, maybe Kraken, not so much Kraken, but Megalodon especially are still out there, just living in deeper waters or less traveled waters because they may not like the sound of boats or ships or whatever, submarines or whatever it may be. That's what I think before anything. I don't think that Bigfoot is going to be brought to the attention because there's too much money at stake, especially in the logging industry, which I've seen firsthand up here. And the minute you start proving Bigfoot, that's going to shut down an entire industry that cannot afford to shut down for humankind right now. So that's my theory on it.
Dave, I want to throw a question out there if anybody knows the answer. Have any logging companies ever encountered, other than not Mount St. Helens, because they had that event that happened with Bigfoot, but any logging companies ever find any nesting areas or anything, dead bodies? Does anybody know about that?
On the record,
Bigfoot?
On the record, I have talked to off the record, pardon me, I have personally talked to loggers who there are certain areas they will not go back into. They are scared. And these are big burly men that have come across grizzly bears, black bears, cougars, mountain lions, whatever, okay, that have come across these creatures. And they will, I'll give you an example. A year and a half ago, there was a logging crew company or a crew up here that was scared out of an area near a lake called Mahood Falls because their equipment in the middle of the forest where there's not even any roads except the one road going in and the one road going out. All right. And the closest human contact to that would be about 30 minutes away on very dangerous road. They were scared out of their area because they were finding signs all over the place, equipment being moved. Like, we're talking thousands of pounds worth of gear moved and footprints surrounding their tractors and everything. And it scared these guys really bad.
Let me tell you something. There's been a lot of that,
seconds.
as well as loggers in the Northeast that's had that. But I'll give you an example. The Sierra from I forgot the gentleman's name. They had a 26.5-inch footprint from Bigfoot. 26.5 inches. People have stated that they've seen King Kong in the woods, and we're talking 20 feet tall. Now, I don't know. I've yet to see something like this. But if you have a 20-foot Bigfoot, it can move that equipment in a heartbeat. And they're also very territorial. So they'll fight you off before they let you in an area they don't want you in.
Yeah, and they don't share their chicken wings either, just for our argument's sake. Gentlemen and ladies.
Just their bacon and eggs.
Exactly. They don't eat breakfast for dinner either. William Pullen, Richard Giordano, Brian Bowden, and Lady Ann, it is time for us to say goodnight on the radio side of the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. Really appreciate you guys tuning us on in. Remember, you can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everybody tuning on in on our chat rooms on Revolution Radio, Spreaker, LGAB, YouTube, Facebook, the SOR Space Travelers on our website, and all the snarkers and snarkettes at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. You made it a lot of fun tonight. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for sharing your night with us, because together, my friends,
make a mistake, we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Have a great night, everybody. Weekend cruise coming in.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll talk to you next week. Good night. Hey, everybody on YouTube, we're still here. We're still here. Who's hanging out? Who's hanging out?
Got me up. A couple more hours till the sun comes up, so I'm good.
All right, let's cut the feed right there. Let's cut this feed right here. Let's do
Gosh.
that. Rich, every time you say that on your show, I kill myself laughing. I don't know why I find that funny, but I do. I don't know why, but it's hilarious.
I don't know. I'm glad.
Richie, are you going to sleep on us? Are you going to sleep on us?
Oh, I thought we were just being quiet. You kidding?
No.
I'm an all-nighter.
Well, hang out with us. Be one of us.
What the hell am I doing now?
Well,
I'm here, aren't I?
You are here, man. You are here.
You prick.
Hi, YouTube. How y'all doing out there? We got a little Richie G. He's about to get a little meaty on us right now. A little meaty.
Yeah. I've been holding back.
A goosh. Or however you say it. That's the Canadian version.
Bagoosh all over. There's different levels. You got different levels of bagoosh. You got your low level of bagoosh where you go, all right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bagoosh all over your radio, right? And then the next one is, all right, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. And goosh all over your headset. I'll be right back, right? Then you got the other one. You can't even hear it. It's so loud. I don't know. I don't know what to say. And it's like dog whistle. Only some people get it. And then you back in 30 seconds. Don't you go nowhere. All over your radio. Anyway, you gotta. Yes. Hey, good morning.
Oh man.
Maureen and Chuck Wham Bam.
No. Chuck doesn't like me anymore. He doesn't like me anymore.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No.
All right.
Him and peanut butter rolls. They don't like me.
Did you hear he had crusts cut off?
What's that?
His crust is cut off.
Did he? Is that why he's so cranky?
That's what I heard.
May
want to throw it.
I actually,
I heard you had your. What?
I actually pull. I hate crust. I do. I actually pull the crust off of my sandwiches and I feed it to the dogs.
But you don't do it if you toast it.
Oh yeah, that's the main reason to get rid of crust is toasted crust. Oh, I hate it. I don't even eat pie, man, because I hate the crust.
You mixed it in.
Oh,
I love the crust. I live for the crust.
You weirdos.
You're not making pie right then.
You guys, no. You guys in your fucking tender flake or whatever the hell it's called. You guys could, put it in your agouche place and where the sun don't shine.
Goose.
Guys are crazy.
Hold on. Let's give a shout out to some people here who are hanging out with us. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Always have to say it 3 times. Roy Boy. Rennie from New Zealand. Dobramir. How do you like that? Dobramir. Hey, I can even pronounce your last name correct. Reinov. Hard on the...
No.
Yeah, Dobramir Reinov. Beautiful name.
Reinov.
Yeah, Reinov. Absolutely. Beautiful name. Waylon, how you doing? See, that's the Ukrainian in me. I get that. I know when to roll a good R, especially on the Russian and Ukrainians' names. Maybe the odd Polish one, too. Cable Guy Matt is here. Cable Guy Matt. Yeah, he wants to go Sasquatching. We don't squatch, Matt. I'm going to get that shit out of your vocabulary. Actually, that's the only term I have banned for my show. Actually, there's a couple. There's not many. Hey, Science Bob is here, too. Science Bob is here. And, yeah. We don't squatch, man. I'll get that out of your system. Yeah.
Squatching.
I hate that
word.
Fuck, I hate that word. Honestly, that is one of the only words out there that could literally almost make me swear on the radio. Is squatch. God, I hate that fucking word. Pardon my language.
No, when I first heard it, I was angry. I said, "What did I just hear?"
Yeah, me
and
too.
I rewound it. He said squatch, and I said, "Oh my God, that is the greatest, dumbest thing I ever heard."
Oh, it's horrible.
I was like, I can't wait to talk about it.
It's
Did a
horrible.
show right there.
It's horrible. It's a horrible.
Hola. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hola.
What a Guri Suave said. Hola, Rishi.
I will never ever forget. Here's the reason why I hate that word. I will never forget talking with legendary investigator John Bindernagel, Dr. John Bindernagel, and he. I asked him one day, the one and only time that I ever got to talk to him face to face. And I said, "Sir, I want to ask you a question. I want to know what you think about this word squatch." And he took a deep breath, he sighed, and he literally said to me, he goes, because what was he, 80, he was 84 at this time, or 82 at this time. And he literally had been investigating Sasquatch since he was like 14 years old. And he goes, he takes his deep sigh and he goes, 70 years of research flushed down the drain by one word.
That's interesting, though, if you think about it.
Yeah. He believes that one word literally killed any type, at least at that time. And this is only going back to 2015. But he believes strongly that one word literally killed Sasquatch research for him, and the credibility that he and others had been trying to get the scientific community to look at over the years. And he was staunchly about that.
And also, people think that UFO, that acronym, is bad for ufology, but there is another conspiratorial killer word, or two words out there that killed crop circles, and that's Doug and Dave. Killed crop circle.
What's that?
From then on. Oh, it's two guys with boards and a string. That killed it.
Oh
yeah.
They shut that down the minute they came out with that. They just shut it down.
They tried. That was awful, right? And everybody's like, "Oh, that's it. All right, now we know. Who cares? No more crop circles." Sad.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
But Squatch is awful.
Squatch is horrible. It's
Matt
horrible.
Moneymaker.
Greco, I can't get John Bindernagel on. He isn't taking my call from the other side since he passed away in 2017.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, maybe you can get a channel in there.
Right. Let me get my Ouija board.
Yeah, let me get the Ouija board out.
Carol Ann.
Yeah.
Mr. John Bagel Dingerhinger-Schmidt. It's Rich.
His name's my name too.
Oh, you guys are bastards. We're all going to hell right now.
Oh, we're not. That's the thing.
Oh, I got a great idea. We get 4 guys together, put them in Sasquatch outfits, and just label them Sasquatch, and they play rock and roll right on the stage.
There's an idea that wins.
Forget Guar. Put them up there.
I love Guar.
Yeah.
I love Guar.
Yeah.
Do you?
Oh yeah. I'm a fan of Guar. They
You gotta love that stuff.
I mean, how do you not like Guar?
Those guys are great.
I don't know. It's like gout, but better.
Their outfits,
like gout, but better.
Their outfits are fantastic. I mean, they literally. I mean, would Slipknot be where they are without Guar?
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, I mean, they pretty much.
Kiss started it.
Yeah, Guar is awesome. You know, and the outfits that they have.
Sasquatch.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it.
They're an event.
I am so feeling it right now. A little bit of Guar action. Might have to turn up some Guar.
There you go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Did you get Sasquatch's latest album?
Track 3,
Yeah,
it's called Harry Back.
Yeah, it's always
greatest-
amazing.
I'm bringing Harry back.
Oh God, man.
Some chipmunk some chipmunk swinging on my nutsack.
Oh, God, really, man? It's a lady president.
Hey, anytime.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
This next song is called Rock Knock.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. My God.
You know, and then you get a whole midget band dressed like Sasquatch, but we'll call them the Albawitch. That's it. They'll open up for each other. This is good. I'm going to start promoting this crap.
The drum solo is wood knocking.
Yeah, it's wood knocking. They bring out trees. They roll out trees, and everyone starts whacking trees.
Different branches.
Like Blue Man
different
Group,
sound.
but with trees.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Oh, that's.
Oh my God, they're going to bring out the birch now.
All right. All right. Let's go back. Let's go back here. What's a better song? Green Jello's Three Little Pigs or Jackal's Lumberjack song?
Oh God.
Both equal.
Wow.
I like Three Little Pigs, Dave.
That is solid. I'm a fan of that one too.
Yeah, I guess.
Poland,
I can't wait for Thanksgiving.
Huh.
what's your thoughts?
Thanksgiving?
Well, because I think the virus will be done with and we'll be back to eating and having family. Actually, we probably won't see our families anymore after this.
Well, yeah, and that's you know what? That's what sucks for me, man. That's what sucks for me is that you know, now I never wanted my family to come up here. And now that I know that they can't come up here, it's kind of like, well, you guys never come up here.
Yeah.
My dad asked, because
I know. I may be.
True story. My dad asked me last year for Christmas. He goes, "Are you coming home for Christmas?" And I said, "No, I don't think so." And he goes, "How come?" And I said, "You want the truth, Dad?" And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "When does anybody visit me?" So not trying to be an asshole. I said, "When does anybody visit me?" I said, "I've had an open door policy with my sisters for the last couple of years. They don't come up. My nephews don't come up. Hell, my own daughter doesn't even come up." So I said, "Why?" I said, "Why should I go be around people put on a fake face for a few hours just to make everybody happy while I'd be miserable?" And he goes, "Good point. Stay home." So I did. It was one of the best Christmases I've had in a long time.
Dave, Sigmund Freud is calling in.
Yeah.
Yep. He
Well,
thinks
that-
he
Yeah,
might have-
it's
Yeah. Yeah.
surprise. Family is not a four-lettered word.
Oh God. That's why I love living in the middle of nowhere, man. I love living in the middle of nowhere because I have every excuse not to see family. It's awesome.
Sorry to hear that, and I'm glad you're happy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Yeah.
I've got better family that aren't family.
I got dude. I got the short end of the fucking stick on that end, but I'm okay with that now. I've learned to
For
accept
another
it.
show. Hey, goose
Oh, yeah.
all over the family tree.
Man.
That one, see, it's a family tree, so you get the bigger gooey with that one.
Exactly.
Very
Means
dice.
more. It is dice. That's where I stole it from.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I got it. Trust me, I'm in New York. Hey,
Oh, that's
you kidding me?
Oh God.
I posted Dice's first appearance at Dangerfields. And I literally had to title it, all those on the left or snowflakes may need a safe space after this or have their analysts on speed dial. And I posted it. It was the whole Miss Muffet, Tuffet, everything.
Beautiful.
It was out of this world, and I loved every minute of it.
He was awesome. It sucks that he quit smoking, though.
He did?
Yeah.
Well,
he quit smoking.
I'll tell you, I want to watch Ford Fairlane again.
That's a great movie.
It wasn't bad,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it wasn't. Boogie time, across the USA. It's just a great movie. We were talking about that before, like things to do we got free time. I'm gonna go watch 1941 tomorrow with John Belushi and all those guys. I'm gonna have the kids watch it. It's gonna be fantastic.
You know what movie I introduced my son to today? Field of Dreams. It was on.
Oh,
great movie.
Oh yeah.
Did you get it?
Not really. He didn't really get it, but he was very intrigued by it. And so he had a lot of questions, and I was like, "Shut up, man! This is my favorite movie. Why do you keep talking?" You know, he's like, "Dad, I'm just asking a question." I'm like, "Shut up!" No, I'm not. I didn't say that. But no, it was kind of cool to actually listen to his questions about just everything, because he couldn't comprehend that the ball players were ghosts. And he's like, "Well, how are they people if they're ghosts?" And I'm like, "Well, they're just ghosts, man. That's the way it is." I didn't know how to explain it. It was actually a good question on his part. Then I sent him to his room, right? Go away. No, I didn't. No, I did not.
you need maybe a little bit of a better movie, maybe like show him Slapshot or something.
Well, he'll get into Slapshots. He's only 6. You know, in Canada we have a rule that you can only start watching Slapshot when you're like 7 or 8.
6. I lost my virginity at 4. Oh. Oh no. Oh yeah, it's YouTube. Gosh. All over your. Never mind. Can I say it? No, I can't. Oh yeah, we're on. No, we're not.
Yeah. Yeah. So we watched Field of Dreams, but the other movie that he's got into, the other classic he's got into recently, that's been playing a lot on Netflix, is Ghostbusters.
Oh, great movie.
Yeah. So,
really, really good movie. I mean, have you ever interviewed Dan Aykroyd?
No.
Gotten him on?
I'm trying. I'm not having much success with it, I can tell you that. But I'm trying. I'm efforting, as the kids say.
He knows his shit. He really knows his stuff.
He knows shit. He repeats everything he reads. He's a fake guy. He's just trying to get into, oh God, I can't stand Aykroyd and UFOs. Sorry, I know. You got your thing over there, but that's fine. I don't believe him. It's all an act. Because he did that stupid Unplugged thing, and they're trying to get all artsy with him, sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar like he's somebody, like he's Churchill, you know, telling the troops we're going to have to invade. That's what it reminded me of.
That was David
Close-ups.
Sarita.
I mean,
David Sarita.
Yes.
By the way, you can go on David Sarita's website right now and pay $2,100 Canadian for a staff, and you should walk around with your staff all day long because it's going to help you.
Oh, no. It's the infection. He gives the staff the infection. Sorry, it's stupid. I guess I better go.
No, you ain't.
Past midnight.
You are not leaving after that, beauty. You are so not leaving after that, beauty.
I'm holding back.
Oh, dude.
I don't know what to say.
Dude, hold on a second.
That's why it's awkward.
Hold on. David Sarita staff. Okay, it's called the Staff of Gods. Okay.
Oh God.
Right.
There is testimony on the staff. It's got a beautiful flower head. Hold on. Hold on. I got to learn more about the Staff of Gods here.
Got the blood of Jesus.
You can watch this short video. Oh, Rich, you got to bring this on Goof On, man. You got to bring the Staff of Gods on Goof On.
God.
All right,
Let me write it down.
Because you could get the Staff of Moses. And,
oh my God!
And there's a testimonial from Parvinder Grewal about the staff of Moses, the royal staff of Moses, and what it does. Shop staffs. Hold on. Let's see. Brass with coil staff. The entry level staff is $2,700.
Oh my God.
Okay. The brass rings and rod on the level 1 staff is $4,141.41.
Wow, that's cheap.
The pure silver rings and coil level 2 staff is $11,111.11.
And it has a signature of authenticity.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Oh my God.
The 18 karat solid God top level 3 staff is $51,515.25.
Oh my God.
This is great. I'm really surprised I didn't think of this myself.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What a scam. Holy crap.
Oh yeah.
Don't tell me there's $100,000 piece of wood on there.
No, it tops
like
no. It tops out at,
Nope.
and it doesn't even come with tacos, right? It doesn't even come with tacos.
I know.
No, I believe that's Canadian dollars. I think it's Canadian dollars. So it's about
that makes
it's about $179 American. You know, hold on. Okay.
You know the problem with these staffs is they're going to be digging in the wrong chamber.
All right, here's a testimonial. I fell on the ice in my drive. This is from Dr. Carol S. Kessler. I fell on the ice in my driveway, not on my driveway, in my driveway, and hurt my ankle and knee. Today is the day after, and I am 80% better. Amazing.
Because of why?
I think it's because of the staff.
Because the staff.
Yeah.
Staff.
Well, they have gem lasers. They have pendants. How much is the Trillion Designs? I want to see this. How much is the Trillion Designs?
They have the instructions for how to use the staff. It says take staff, hand to partner, have partner hit you in the head.
Oh,
that's what it says on it.
Very nice.
What?
This is insane. No.
Where is this, David Sereda?
Yeah, davidsereda.co.
What a hack.
Hold on. Let's check out the wands. Okay. The entry, the LST.
Sorry.
Hold on. Hey, just Anne. Hey, Anne. You could chat.
Yes.
We're all in a conversation here. You can chat on your microphone. All right.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, just run with it. That's what we all do. Okay, so here's the wands. Okay, the entry level wand is $2,121. The level 1 wand of tourmaline, and it comes with frequencies, is $4,141. The level 2 wand that comes with extra gems is pure silver, and it's $5,151. And the level 3 super wand with 1 ounce of 18 karat gold is $8,181. Hold on. But there's more. If I want to upgrade my own, fuck, I cannot believe. You can't make this shit up, guys. You can't make this shit up. Okay. If you want to upgrade your wand to new level 1 with new sacred dimensions, it's only $1,111. If you want to make your wand to a new level 2 with new sacred dimensions with over 1 ounce of solid silver in the face and star coil, gem cuff with amethyst, citrine sapphire, which is spelt sapphire, and or ruby options, it's $3,131. Or if you want to upgrade your wand to a new level 3 with sacred dimensions with over 1 ounce of solid gold in face and star coil, 2 gem cuffs with amethyst, citrine, and sapphire, $5,151.
Oh my God.
People really buy that stuff.
So this guy took a mag light and a bedazzler kit and put this crap together.
That's
and
exactly.
absolutely $5,000.
That's exactly.
Absolutely.
Look, the guy's a shyster, but you got to give him credit because if he's selling these things, give him credit. It's genius.
On my show, I'm calling that 800 number. And we're gonna find out a lot more.
Oh, there's 2 phone numbers.
Oh, that would be great.
There's 2 phone numbers.
Yes.
There's the 800 number, and then there's the local number.
Oh, I'm calling it, Dave.
Hold on. Let's see who the practice.
Yes, my doctor said to call because I have gout. And which laser do you recommend?
Yes.
My wife's suffering from flatulence. Which one should I use?
Definitely get level 2.
Oh, hold on. Let's go to gem lasers.
You can do it like the Jerky Boys too. You can do it like the Jerky Boys.
Hold on.
Oh God, I
popped my
swear to
shoes
God.
off. Oh my God.
Here we go.
Hello, my name's Saul Rosenberg, and
Oh, okay.
I need a laser.
What are you looking at now?
I'm looking at the sky lasers. Okay, so you have to buy the lasers separately, and they're like anywhere from $39 to $75. All right, so that does us nothing here.
Actually, those are actually pretty good
Dave,
lasers,
how
by
did
the
you?
way.
What was that?
Those are good lasers, the sky lasers.
I'd like to actually
I
get a
can't
couple of
find
those.
it.
I'd like to get a couple of those. They're sky laser pens.
Actually, the you know what? If you can get the UV ones, in all seriousness, for research purposes, I use a UV one because it's not visible, so no one's going to give you crap from it. You know, if they see it in the sky, you're not going to get stopped by the police. But craft do respond to it, and you know, if you have an interaction with some of the UFOs.
Oh yeah. Could you imagine David Wilcock with one of these staffs on stage? If I were honestly, if I were Wilcock, if I were Wilcock right now, I think that I would honestly get these staffs. He could sell them because he's such a a used car salesman. He could literally sell these for about $50,000 a piece or more.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. And his sycophants will buy that. Sarita should be hooking up with Wilcock and Good over these staffs.
Greer's people would buy it too. The cult of Greer. They'll all suck this up.
Oh
if
yeah.
Dr. Greer says so. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think even Wilcock would be like, yeah, it's a little bit too hokey for me. I mean, oh my God, this is nuts. How did you find this, Dave? I forget.
Well, I had him on the air, and right at the end of the show, right near at the end of hour 2, he actually started trying to turn it into an infomercial for his staff. So I had to let him go after hour 2 because we're not an infomercial, and I don't want our listeners getting sucked into paying $2, $3, $4, $5, $50,000 for a fucking staff, right?
For a flashlight.
Yeah.
It's
Hold on. Oh, hold on. Here's another one. Star coils We need.
Yes.
Oh yeah, 24-inch coil, 7 levels. So basically, what he's done is he's screwed in 5 nails or screws about 2 inches, and then made a star coil out of copper. So a 24-inch coil, 7 levels, is $5,151. The 17-inch base is $4,141. The 14-inch mantra table, 7 levels, is $3,131. Now, the large 28-pointed 6-foot base sacred coil is $7,000.
Oh my God.
All he did.
Do you know where he...
This fucking thing you could create by going to your local little art. You know how every community has.
Yep.
Let's do art projects on a Thursday night, and usually it's really bad painting of coffee mugs. Okay.
Right.
This is what they are doing. This is what they're fucking doing here. Okay. Honestly, star coils. All you're doing is taking a piece of wood and screwing in, well, let's see, on the 24-inch, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 screws onto what looks to be like a piece of plexiglass. Okay, then you're wrapping it in copper into like the star. Okay, and you're making 7 levels of that per screw.
I did the same stuff in summer camp.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Dude, this fucking thing, there's literally maybe $15 worth of parts here. Maybe $15 worth of parts. And this asshole's going to, put it on for $7,000. I don't like talking bad about people in this field because, there's karma and shit, but this shit has to be called out, man. This is horse shit. This is just horse shit.
Oh, 100%.
I know where he got this idea from too. Go ahead, you go first.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Ron, the guru, right? He does a lot of shows. He does a lot of conferences. He went to a New Age Life Expo. There was a guy there that was giving out hugs. He was giving you a hug for 10 minutes for $25.
Right.
Holy shit.
And apparently he had a line that was out this door. They were hugging people for 10 minutes for $25.
If you want to be a distributor, if you want to be a distributor of this shit, okay, the distributor's package is $34,995. Okay, a total value of all the products. He's giving you a deal here of $5,000. All right, you get 2 David Sarita Lightstream Wand Level 2 and Level 3s, value of $13,332. You get 2 licenses to Total Frequency List of $4,000. You get 2 Lightstream trademark coils, 27 inches, value of $8,282. Oh, this shit goes on forever. Like, this guy should be fucking embarrassed. Pardon my language. But
no, I agree.
I mean, this is the type of guy who needs to have the Canadian tax gurus coming in and checking on him to see the bullshit that he is selling here. Oh my God. I feel like I'm having a goof on moment right now, Rich.
You are.
Dots. Where's my dots? Can we have some dots come up?
Dots are UFO videos.
I know.
Everybody, my phone's about to crash, so I want to thank you. Thank you for having me on.
All right, buddy.
And definitely would like to have anybody that wants to come on my show, one of the 950 shows that I have.
Yeah.
More than welcome to come on.
Yeah.
But we'll get Ron involved in this too, so it'll make it easier.
Oh yeah.
But be well, take care.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah. Good night, buddy. Be well, and say hi to the guru for us.
Yes, and I have a couple of things coming your way. I'll email you or
all right, buddy.
Send you your way.
We'll talk soon.
We discussed before.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll talk soon.
You got it. Bye.
Bye-bye.
But
So you know where this came from, Dave?
Yeah, I need to know.
I'll tell you. Do you remember the video that you've seen on the internet from NASA about the STS shuttle launch where a tether snapped off and you saw all these swirling lights around it?
No, I don't.
Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Well, David Sereda believes that they're UFOs, and when he zoomed in on them, he saw what he thinks was this swirling circular motion of energy starting from the outside and working its way inside, and then working from the inside out, like a pulsing in to out to in circular energy that these things used. And they looked like they were pie shaped. There was like a piece of pizza cut out. But sometimes they would look like full discs. Well, that's what he was talking about years ago, and that's where he got the idea for this. He thought he could actually make the energy that the UFOs he thought were creating the energy. Meanwhile, it was debunked as ice crystals anyway. So, the guy is obviously... Are you familiar with it, Mr. P?
Yeah.
The STS?
Yeah.
I believe those are UFOs, then I can tell.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
That's okay. I don't care. I'm probably wrong, but that's where David... But to charge that much money for $10 piece... It's ridiculous.
Fucking staff of gods. Staff of gods. Oh,
it's really, seriously, that's awfully bad what he's doing. He's taking an idea that hasn't been proven and mixing it in with the astral sense of nature and everything else that people are into. And he's been doing it since 2014. God love him.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's any other good stuff here.
We've got to call him.
Let's check out Vortex Healing Beds, which is like a towel on a floor. Hold on.
Well, speaking of bread, I'm gonna go to bed. So,
all right, Wilhelm.
Dave, thanks again for having me on. Yeah, you guys be safe.
Hey,
and nice to meet you.
Make sure you use a proper hanger for those khaki pants.
Always, man.
So that way you don't get a crease.
Nice. Everyone, take care. Good night.
Good night. That's little William pulling everybody. Little Willie P. That's the way he rolls.
Made him mad.
No, you didn't.
That's why he left.
No, he always backs out like that. Always.
No, only when I'm on.
No, he doesn't. He does it to me on the roundtable all the time. You know what?
I'm being a ball breaker.
Sure, you think that's where it goes in?
Oh, goodness.
That's unbelievable.
I don't know.
Now I know why it's funny. It is funny hearing you do it.
It is.
I enjoy
it's awesome. Every time you do that, I just start laughing. Then I get
the t-shirt.
I come to enjoy little Richie G's show tonight, and he makes a funny comment, throws in a couple of these, and all of a sudden I get, "Hey, Spaced Out Radio, you suck." From peanut butter rolls. I'm like, thank you. I appreciate that. Have another drink. Oh, come on. That's funny. That's funny.
I was in the middle of a vape. It is funny.
Super Goosh, Abadoosh, or whatever.
Abadoosh. There's many different types. I don't like what you could do it all different ways.
Oh, you kill me. You absolutely kill me.
But it's not something I think of. It has to be natural.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know.
So it sounds differently than when I'm just doing it now. Anyway.
All right.
It's original.
I'm going to take a little break here. I'm going to take like a 2-minute break here because I got to go to the bathroom. Rich, can you carry on the conversation here for a couple of minutes with the YouTube?
Sure. That's what I do.
And if you could, I don't know if you have experience with that yet, but if you could, when we get back, you can ask us anything. Well, a little AMA or AU.
All right.
A.
All right.
AUA. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Go tinkle.
I'm going to go tinkle.
Oh, goodness.
That's what my mother used to say to the dog, when we had a little dog growing up. You want to go tinkle?
That's cute.
I never said it, but tinkle is, it was like, you want to go out? Yeah. And she always she still says it to her dog now.
Yeah, no, that's been my grandmother. She used
Same
that
thing?
word as well. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, David Sereda, this is amazing stuff that he's actually selling it for that much money for something so inexpensive. I wish I could put the link in the chat room, but
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to see.
well, let me do this. You can go to here, I'll put it in our chat room here for you in the Skype.
Okay.
And this way you can take a look. Here we go.
Okay.
It's amazing. Go to davidsereda.co/. Well, I'm on let me get to the home page here. I'm sure you can get there. Okay, so David Sereda, DavidSereda.co/home.
Okay.
And I tried putting it in our chat room here, and it wouldn't go. Oh, there it is. Here you go.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, take a look at this. You're gonna laugh if you haven't.
Okay.
I mean, I was laughing, and I didn't even know what it looked like. But as soon as I looked at the website, I got angry. I'm like, no, it can't be true. This is pennies
Right.
that he's making this stuff with. It's really embarrassing.
Being slow.
But at the same time, I can't look away.
Like a car crash. I know.
It is.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
The staff of God. It looks like you're holding on to a fancy cane, like a prince would, from the Egypt times, the Roman eras would carry around, like one of those staffs.
Wow. Right.
And
oh my gosh.
Doesn't it look like windblown glass crystals? Doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm really like, I can't believe this.
Go to the staff of gods. Are you there yet?
Okay, staff of God.
Oh, scroll down just beyond the videos. So you come across these videos, and then you're going to go past it. The Staff of Moses by David Sereda. I think he shows you how he made it. I don't know. The Staff of God, Adam and Eve, Isis, Osiris, Moses, Joseph, Jesus, Mary, Merlin, and more is now yours for $15,000.
Oh my gosh.
This is really, I know Dave already made a point, but I just can't get over it. So
that's amazing.
How do you feel about these types of websites? Do you think this is extremely bad, or is it always buyer beware?
It's one of those things where, we have a mind, body, spirit convention that came around like 2-3 times a year.
Yeah.
And you really have to go off of your discernment, because anybody and everybody wants to make a buck. And within this community, there's also, you know how you have like Avon, the tiered companies.
And
they have,
Ginsu
they
knives.
have stuff like that
within
the spiritual community. And to me, this is exactly that. It's just something that somebody came up with that doesn't have, for me, so I'm a feeler. I do things more off of, I don't know, spiritually speaking.
Yeah.
And I feel nothing from this.
What if he decided to get the potions now? Because he hasn't even, you don't see any of that here. This is all like frequency stuff.
Right.
Isn't it? Don't you think the technologies and the real crystal gem powered aura healing super fields these things create? Eventually he's going to have to go to the liquid in the bottle.
Are we still talking David Sereda?
We had to.
Yes.
I gave her the link and she saw it, with her eyes, and she's like, "Oh my God."
Hold on. Let's see what the distributor package is. Okay, because
Dave, you didn't you already do that? 36,000 or something?
Yeah.
Head of practitioner training is okay. So the lady who gives a testimonial is Parvinder Grewal, licensed holistic health practitioner. She studied.
Where's this from?
This
practitioner.
The practitioner's package. So you can let's learn about the course here. Hold on, I got to see how much this course is. Come on.
I clicked on practitioners and
there is no course link.
You don't need a tool to like activate your DNA or your light body. You don't.
Abgoosh? Is that where we go?
Not here, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, it's got to be in like a crescendo to the story.
Okay.
You know?
All right. I just got to make sure. All right.
Like when you're about to end this, and that's all I want to say about that. It goes all over David Sereda's house and fortune. You got to have meaning, like all over your fake stuff, you bastard.
Okay. While we're talking about David Sereda, we will say to the YouTube crowd that you guys can ask any questions in the chat room, and we will answer them. So make sure you go and type the questions in capital letters for us, and we'll hang out for a little bit here, if you don't mind.
For another 4 hours.
Degoosh! No?
All over the sun.
Oh,
Dave, you're gonna wear it out, and then it won't have any meaning.
I know.
It's like saying I love you too many times. Just don't work anymore.
All right, hold on. I haven't clicked on community yet.
That's not true, but you know.
I know. I'll stop.
No, you can say I love you.
No, I better stop.
That wasn't meant to.
I better stop. You want me to
Never
stop?
say it too many times.
Yeah, because get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, the Lightstream community has no ratings. I'm trying to see how many people are in the community here. That gives me no numbers for how many people are in his Facebook community. None of his posts have. Oh, this one has 3 likes. That one has
His
3.
Facebook link isn't working anymore.
I know.
Under practitioner.
I know.
Who ever get boring?
I'm a practitioner. Goosh. No. Right. Oh, that one sucked. I sucked. It's terrible.
I think it's time that you hold those in until they actually have a meaningful reason for doing it.
All right.
Not everything's that powerful. It's powerful when you do it.
All right. Question coming from Chris. Will the woo ever get boring? Will the woo ever get boring?
No.
No, it's different all the time.
I don't think so. As long as here's the beautiful part about the woo. Okay. As long as we have people out there who are willing to break this down to the most minuscule finite molecule of every subject that we have, the woo will continue. The woo will continue. That's the most beautiful answer I can give on that.
This came from Anne. What kind of powers do we get with these? And she was like, can I freeze people? Can I make them dematerialize or fall silent? Seriously, though, that's great.
Well, that's fantastic.
What do you do with this stuff?
That is
I would do that.
completely
I had a
fantastic. Well, that actually
freeze you right where you are.
That actually leads to the next question here. That leads to the next question. Hold on, I gotta bring it up here. The next question comes from Maureen, who says, if you had a staff, how would you adorn it? I know.
Does she mean, how do you carry it around or how do you use it?
I have no
I'm not sure.
Or what you put on it.
What would you put on it?
I don't know. What?
Oh, it's the Italian curse, the Maloikia. Every time you point it at somebody, you go, Maloikia, and then they have bad luck for however long you want.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
You got to give somebody the Maloikas when you're playing cards, No, you're not going to get that. Maloika.
I never knew.
Well, now you know.
Either.
I never knew.
Hey,
Wow.
I know. I've been dealing with it my whole life. Why do you think I have to wear a chain with a cross and a chain with a jalapeno or something hanging off it? Why do Italians wear that? What is it that they wear? That
you wear a
what is it?
You wear a jalapeno?
No,
I'm gonna need to see a picture.
It's a horn, actually. Yeah, it's like the devil's horn, I think, but it looks like a jalapeno.
I don't know. I really don't know.
The jalapeno of luck, of protection.
Oh gosh.
Get a spice. A little spicy meatball for your devil friend.
Wow.
It goes all over Satan. See?
Oh my god.
I was so unprepared for that one.
Right, it's supposed to be that
way. I feel like I need to give some Hail Marys or something right about now. Oh my gosh.
Ominous.
Oh yeah.
Give yourself 15 Hail Marys.
All right. Chris Mo wants to know, how often are TRB3s or TR3Bs seen?
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah. That
really does.
Yeah. That's a difficult one. TR3Bs are the triangle. I'm still not sure that those are human, dude. I'm still not sure that those are human. It seems awfully advanced for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if the TR3Bs are human like what Randy Kramer said. That's how they got to the moon, to take the jump room to Mars. I don't know. I want to believe. That's one of those things I want to believe. However, I don't know how true it is or not.
Do you remember how the TR3B got its legs? Was that when 20 years ago or something?
Something like that. Something like that.
I can't remember right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. But black triangle. Have you ever seen a black triangle, Rich? I know you've told me. I know.
I have videotaped and have never seen a solid craft that I could say was a triangle. I've seen 3 points of light floating in unison, turning, and I've recorded that 5 times over the years.
Really, eh?
But never a thing like what people saw on March 13th, 97 here in Phoenix, or like the Belgian triangle. Yeah, I wish.
Yeah.
I haven't, only in dreams. Like the dreams that I have are extremely, like wickedly real. Like, maybe you were abducted or taken out, something had to have happened, that kind of reality.
Yeah.
And the UFOs I see in there were so wickedly real. And I said that twice. That means something. Wickedly.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's wild, man. I believe that there are craft out there, though. I just don't think we're seeing them as often as people think.
I don't know. I know one night I was with some friends and we're all sitting in a hot tub, and literally, like, we're looking for UFOs. We figure, hey, it's a cold Canadian night. Let's sit in the hot tub and watch for UFOs. It's one of the best things you can do. And long story short, we saw nothing until we saw these 3 points of light. And they were all in a triangle, and they were coming from the southeast towards the east, and we were facing east. And all of a sudden, the front one of the triangle all of a sudden did a 90-degree and took off. from the other two. The other two continued on until they got just past the handle of the Big Dipper, and then poof, they stopped. And they were just sitting there doing nothing. It was like all of a sudden
Did they look like?
they just look like stars in the sky.
Yeah, just gonna ask you that.
Yeah, they just stopped and like they were just stars, regular stars in the sky. And we were like, can you believe this shit we're seeing right now? Like this is like, how does it just stop and act like there's stars in the sky just sitting there? Like, you got to be kidding me right now.
You know, when you skywatch, like I did it for 3-4 years nonstop every day. And after a while, you memorize the seasons, the sky, you know, what it's supposed to look like. Well, I can't tell you how many times I would see something that, like, wait a minute, that's not supposed to be in Orion's belt. You look away, you come back, and it's gone, and you never record it. It's very strange.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's all they need to do. Why do they have lights on them? What do they need headlights in space for, or in the sky? Well, they don't have headlights. That's just the energy being emitted from them. That's why they get bright or whatever.
No, it was absolutely nuts. It was.
Yeah, that's incredible. When was that?
This was a couple of years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, this one was a couple of years ago, and that was really cool. But I've seen 2 black triangles. One was the 3 dots, and the other one was like that second one happened at night, and it tripped me right out. The first one that I saw was in the evening. It was like 10 o'clock at night, and it was just slowly, like, it was in May, so there was still a little bit of, like, like it wasn't a dark sky. There was still some dark blue in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that one.
Good background.
Yeah, that one, we actually, you could see the entire triangle over top of my house. It was amazing.
I saw, and I never talked about this ever, not once, and I keep forgetting to talk about it, but I saw the most amazing thing once, and it was about 4 a.m. I tried to record it, but it happened so fast that I couldn't. There was this red light, and we had a thing out here in Arizona called Bubba, and Bubba is a red light, and nobody knows what this red light does, but it looks like it's scanning the city looking for something. So in 2006, I moved all the way to Chandler, Arizona, and it was a brand new subdivision, nothing around for miles. I saw this red light, and I thought it was a helicopter. And then all of a sudden, it just started moving rather quickly from right to left. And then I hear a roar, and 2 F-18s, or I don't know what they were, but they were very low, extremely loud, very fast. I don't know how fast, but you could see the flames coming out the back. A laser beam, what looked like a laser beam, comes out of the red thing and hits the front of one of the F-16s, and it looked like it pulled itself right up to the craft, and then it looked like it pushed off the craft and then went the opposite direction.
No way.
I got goosebumps just telling that, because I'm remembering that red light was so unbelievably, I can't explain it, Dave. It looked like a very huge laser, and when it hit the aircraft coming right at it, it didn't light it up or anything. It was like it was pulling it towards it really quick, and then it took off. It happened all in about 3 seconds. That's how fast it was going. Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting to talk about that. This was years ago.
Oh my God.
But the reason I brought it up, I was going through my old tapes, and I remembered that sighting, but I couldn't remember exactly how. And I narrate every time I see something, so I narrate it into my recorder when it happened. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Oh, there's the where I was living, the Barry Goldwater Range was behind. So it could have been a military experiment that got out of control and came over where we were. It's pretty amazing stuff.
That would scare the shit out of me.
It wasn't that far away. I would have to say it was probably a mile away. I mean, I know what I saw, and it was loud. People started turning on their porch lights coming out.
Really?
At 4 a.m. Oh yeah, there was no sonic boom or anything, but those two F-16s or F-18s, whatever they were low, like under a mile. No. Under a mile. Like if you were looking in the distance, and you were to point your finger straight up just a little bit, maybe 10 degrees, that's how high above the ground it was.
Really?
Yes.
That scares the shit out of me in an awesome way.
Yeah. And you could definitely hear the airplane, those fighter jets coming. No. It was pretty wild. Yeah, the only thing I got on video, you could just hear the echo of the F-18s or whatever they were. I waited for them to come back. They didn't. Wow. Those are the things that ufology never gets to see or hear. I wonder how many stories go untold. It's got to be in the thousands. Imagine.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's got to be, because I never. Here I am in ufology, and I didn't even tell that story ever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I had a story that I didn't talk about for a long time. I didn't want to face it.
Scary or UFO or spiritual?
Like an entity, basically, that it seems like the people that I've shown call it a gray.
Oh.
It's on my Facebook page.
Oh yeah, Rich, you got to see this photo. Honestly.
No way.
Yeah, this is. You tell the story about it. I got the photos here. I'll send you the photos,
okay.
Rich.
Okay. Yeah, that's awesome.
I was out on my patio. It was one of those things where I was just looking at the sky and I was thinking about Earth Hour and, trying to come up with some idea to have our apartment participate in it, because I was writing for their monthly little newsletter that they had. And from the corner of my eye, I thought that, I thought somebody was vaping or something there, because there's a huge thing of smoke. So it caught my eye, and I looked over, and I don't know, I feel stupid saying it, but this thing literally materialized, and it walked like we do. It was humanoid, but it was no human. It was, I don't know, it was solid, but it wasn't, I don't know. And then it walked down the sidewalk, and it came to a tree, and the tree was really small, like a sapling. So it was weird when it walked up to the tree that it just disappeared, like it went through an invisible door. And unfortunately, I don't have fight or flight. I have freeze, and I stood there. And finally, when I was able to break that, I ran inside and I closed the door, and I was shutting my blinds, and I had my phone out because I was fixing to call my sister, and I get to the window in my kid's room, and I look out the window. I was just drawn to the apartment across the way, and I saw it in the window, and it looked exactly like what was walking, on the sidewalk. And I snapped a picture of it, and bam, those blinds were down. And I called my sister up, hysterical, definitely not a very composed moment at all. And I ended up giving my sister and my co-host that I had over on my Caravan podcast, and I gave them the photos, and I wanted nothing to do with it. I was like, I don't want the photos. I don't want anything, because my fear was that energetically it could, I don't know, be tied to me somehow through the photos. And so I wanted to get rid of them. I wanted to just show them and give them and be done with it. And so it's only recently that I've, because you're away from the situation for however long, and I've moved. So I feel safer, and I feel like, okay, well, I've slowly talked about it here and there to people, and nothing's happened. So now I feel like it's not that big of a deal if I share.
So it could have just been an isolated, at that location only type of experience. It didn't follow you or anything.
Right.
Well, I don't want to scare you, but that could come up at any time. How long ago was that?
So I went and I actually was looking through my texts and everything, and I found that it was in 2018.
Okay.
But you're right. I've had experiences since I was a child.
Oh.
All kinds of experiences. So, but this was the most, I don't know, slap in your face, going from being a believer to a knower.
Right. Now it's your time to share that story with people who need to hear it. You don't know who they are, but whenever you'll know. It's a great story, man. I can't wait to see the pictures, and I want to know why you felt so alarmed by it.
Well,
Why?
I mean, I'm not going to go into it, but I had a physical effect immediately upon seeing it.
Okay.
And feeling that there was a connection between this and this physical effect that took place, and just the energetic feeling of it, it was just really scary.
How long did it last?
It was just that evening.
Well, I mean, was that entire thing like 30 seconds, 10 seconds?
Oh, the physical effect?
Yeah.
Lasted for the rest of the night.
Wait a second. No, I'm talking about when you took the picture, you saw it moving away. You watched this thing all night?
Oh, no. When I took the picture, I pulled the blind down, and I didn't look outside at all after that.
Wow. So are you thinking alien or spiritual? Or both?
Just because of the way that it looks, I would say like an interdimensional extraterrestrial type of entity.
Okay.
I sent you the pictures, Rich, on your Facebook Messenger.
Oh, I thought you were sending them on Skype. Okay, let me go ahead and take a look-see here while you guys are talking. Oh, sorry. All right. It's coming up.
There's 3 photos in there. Oob, Joe's Bane. Oob.
There it is. Let's pull up Dave. They're coming. They're little circles right now. No, come on. Seriously. Yeah. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wait a minute here, Jack. Let me open up the little one. Well, wait, here we go. Oh no, that's creepy.
Isn't that freaky?
Oh my God. Oh, wait. A message from Dave accidentally popped up. All right.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah, I know. So that one in the window on the second story.
Hold on. I'm going to.
What am I looking at?
Just so our YouTube people know, I'm going to be showing these photos. I just got to download them here onto my other computer here. So that way they get a chance to see.
Wait a minute. I thought you saw it outside.
I did first. And then I saw it in the window.
Wow. No way.
Is that not true?
Whose house is that?
It was just an apartment. My friend's, or my kids' best friend was in that apartment, but they moved.
So who was in? Nobody was in there?
It was vacant, from what I remember.
Wow. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's good shit, eh?
Well, I could definitely understand why you would be frightened. Absolutely. 100%. You have nothing to be ashamed about. That's amazing. Oh my God, I can't wait.
Hold on, I'm making sure that our YouTube people can see this.
Yeah, this
So
is
there is
wild.
Alien 1. And
Wait a
then we're going to
second.
bring in Alien 2 here.
Does it keep going to your video? All right, let me see what that is.
Oh, yeah.
Again and again, it keeps going back. All right, here we go. Looked like there was a little bit of saturating in this to bring out the details.
You know, honestly, in the beginning, when I was sharing it with individuals, I'm like, tell me that there's a car. Do you see a car in the window? Like,
A car?
That's like, because it was just me wanting it to not be real.
Oh, I see.
If somebody was to be able to be like, nope, it's clearly this. You didn't see that. You know what I mean? It's like,
Here's what's interesting. To the right of that thing, it looks like you can see its shadow on the right side of the window. Is that what that is? It looks like E.T.
I'm looking
Like
at it right
the
now.
movie E.T. It's very strange. It looks lit up. Like it's
Yeah.
emitting or there's a light in there with
Yeah.
it, or I don't
see,
know.
what gets me is the eye. It's just like, I don't know.
Oh, it's
like
looking at you.
Einstein, or I know, and that was the worst part, you know?
This is when I wish I was an artist and I would draw what I think I'm seeing. I'm going to try to do it. It looks like it's wearing, I don't know, man. That is wicked. Best thing I've ever seen in a long time.
Yeah.
But then I have to think, okay, are there people living there? Is there somebody who knows you that would pull a prank on you, waiting for the right time? They know you're going to be, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think what else it could have been.
Well, okay, so when I was living there, I was homeschooling my kids, and life was a little bit tough. We didn't really leave a whole lot, and I didn't really know anybody in the community. We kept to ourselves. And like I said, the kids had a friend that lived there, but then she moved. And after that, I never got to know anybody over on that side, and the only reason that I even got to know the family that lived there before this happened was because there's a big green space in between the apartments. Mm-hmm. And so all the kids would be out there and they would play. So then, of course, you meet the other parents because all the kids are outside, but there was no other little kids that moved in there.
Yeah, that's weird.
What's weird is the light glowing off of the eyeball.
I know. But where's that? That light is inside.
See,
okay.
That almost looks like a werewolf. That almost looks like a werewolf, too. Maybe it's just a light with the ear.
Look at the build, too. It almost has a werewolf, half-human type of look.
Yeah.
The the traps look really thick, like it's a climber or something. I don't know, but it looks like it's built. Like it's not Skinny Bob, you know?
No. It's definitely not wearing a sash or a kimono.
No. Or have a staff. Let's see.
That's good. I don't want to be frozen.
Right.
But dematerialize.
That's awesome. Man, see, Dave, and the light that's hitting him is inside.
Yeah.
It is, and you see the shadow effect on the right window or whatever that is. It looks like there might be something hanging in the window, like the drapes were pulled, but it's hard to tell. But it's very big head.
Yeah, I'm just going to move this one photo over a little bit.
Really, it even looks... You said you saw smoke in there?
Okay,
like somebody was vaping?
Look down, no. So, okay. If you look in the original photo that says original photo, there's a white fence right where you can see the white fence, this is where I saw the smoke. But I thought somebody, because that's where you can smoke, was out there. They didn't allow it on the property.
Okay.
You had to do it there. And so then there was this big waft of smoke, and then it was just there from the smoke, and it walked down the road there.
Whoa. I'm wondering if it was squatters. You know, who knows? Maybe somebody did vape and it just flew down the street. You weren't really paying attention, maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's brilliant.
Nikki, who's pretty intuitive, says, she goes, I've personally seen that head shape. It's a freaking reptilian.
Oh, yeah. Didn't even think of reptili.
I may lose you guys. My Bluetooth is dying, just to let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, they've invented these things called chargers.
I charged it before I got on with you guys. It's been like, what, 1 billion hours?
Yeah, 4.5 hours. That's a long time.
Yeah. No, if you got to go, that's fine. But these pictures are amazing.
I can't stop looking at it.
I know.
It's pretty cool.
I just can't figure out if that's a snout or not. To me, that looks like a snout.
Right.
Although, the close-up, if you look like where the nose would be, right where the shadow hits, you can almost see the secondary, a little bit of glow off the secondary eye that's in the shadow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can. No, that's definitely reptilioid.
Yeah.
That's wild. And look, I don't even know. I love it. Do you care if I show this on my show, Anne?
I don't care. That's fine. I did report it to Tessa. I decided to
oh, good.
To go through them and do that. And yeah, I don't care. You know, it's one of those things where if sharing it makes it to where somebody else comes forward and says, hey, I saw something exactly like that, then,
yeah,
you know, that's great. You know, whatever. So,
boy, I hope nobody's seen anything like this. Oh my God.
No, that's an incredible photo.
Really cool.
An incredible photo.
Thanks for sharing that, man. I mean, that's just beautiful.
Yeah, of course. Well.
All right. Well, thank you,
Could be a mask.
Yes. I'll say good night. Thank you so much for everything. It was wonderful being here.
No problem. Take care.
Bye.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
And then there were two, little Richie G. And then there were two.
There were two. This is me and you. You want to ring the bell?
Ding, ding, ding.
Remember that in Rocky 3?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Too bad we got to get old. Just keep punching, Apollo.
Oh, man.
You move good for a pretty old guy. Oh, good, Stallion. Too bad we got to get old.
Yeah, no kidding. That's good
Favorite
stuff.
part in that movie.
Be honest. I mean, you being Italian and everything, you know what one of my dreams is to go to a Rocky movie in the theater and watch you come out of a Rocky movie. You must be so fucking pumped up, man.
Oh, yeah. We thought, if you ever seen the Eddie Murphy.
All right, Rocco.
Stand up.
Rocco.
Right. That's exactly it.
All right, Rocco.
Oh, yeah. I can't repeat what he said, but oh, my God, that's so funny. It's true. Well, I was in 77. I was only 9.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad for it. Sly didn't do too bad for a guy who started off in softcore porn.
No, he did not.
All right.
He peddled that script around for a long time, too.
Yeah, he did.
He wrote all the Rockies and directed them all.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Incredibly amazing, to be honest.
I know. I hear the tone, so we're going to let this go, right? We're done?
No. I was just wondering if I should keep the pictures up or not.
Well, you were going to ask me about it. No?
Do you think that's an ear?
I was going to say...
Or do you think that's just the rounding of the head, and it's just the way the light is?
she saw smoke. Okay, you could look at this two ways. You could look at it as a skeptic, right? And say, okay, she didn't see somebody was probably vaping, squatting in that house. Maybe who knows? Maybe they wore a mask. Who knows? I don't know, but it's so good that I don't think, I'm pretty sure she didn't fake it.
I don't think she did either.
People are going to wonder. Yeah, people are going to say that. So
yeah,
they're going to analyze it. I don't see anything wrong with it this way. I would need the original. Yeah. But it does look like your typical alien gray with angry teeth. And that's what makes it reptilian. You know what it looks like? My Zitch mask. It looks just like the long jaw, big head. It almost reminds me of also.
Look, a couple people have said in the chat room that it looks like a praying mantis, like a mantid type being.
Yeah, reptilian. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Trying to cover that. Can't get it over there. Look at you putting pictures up.
I know.
Amazing to see.
I know. Thanks, little Richie D. I couldn't do it without you. I couldn't do it without you.
Well, you did it without.
I know. I did. But I couldn't do it without the Gavinator. He helped me out.
Pretty good stuff.
The Gavinator.
Yeah, Gavinator, he took you one extra step. Look at you with your editing skills here.
You and the Gavinator.
I'm using OBS. What's that?
You and the Gavinator.
Gavinator. Schwarzenegger had 3 different types of voices, didn't he, growing up?
I don't know.
Remember in the younger one? His voice was a little bit higher, talked a little faster, had a harder accent. And then he got older. He's like, I'll be back. And now it's like, I don't even know what he sounds like. He sounds the same, I think, right? I like watching him.
So do I.
I love him, man. When he's on Jimmy Kimmel or any talk show, I could watch him all day.
Oh, man.
Why is that?
I'm like that with Will Ferrell.
You son of a bitch. You did that on purpose.
No, I love Will Ferrell, man.
You wrote that down and said, don't forget to say this. You are good. That was good.
Hold on. Nikki sent me a photo.
A little violent.
Of a reptilian.
I can't
Bigger eyes, though, Nikki. Bigger eyes. Hey, have you noticed lately? I don't know what it is. Today alone, or pardon me, in the last 24 hours, I have added, and I've done nothing different. I've added like 22 people on Twitter, and I've had I'm up to almost 30 Facebook requests for Facebook friend requests today alone.
Wow. That's everybody. How's that even possible?
I don't know. It happened. It also happened about a month and a half ago. Not on Twitter, just on Facebook, where all of a sudden, like every time I refreshed my Facebook page, I was being added, or somebody else was trying to add me as a friend on Facebook.
Wow.
It's like, okay, I just did this purge of the fake UFO people, and now all of a sudden they're like trying to add my numbers back up.
It's weird.
Totally.
I don't know. As I'm sitting here, I went on my Facebook just to see, but you can only get up to 5,000.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Ann. Okay, she did a friend request.
Well,
Thank you.
Look at that.
She was great. Great.
Yeah, she was good tonight.
She's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah. You could tell she's got some gout, but that's okay.
Oh, you got to have a little gout.
Oh, exactly.
Can't go without.
Exactly. Route the gout. Goat.
So I actually asked my dad this question when I was younger. I posted it on Facebook.
Yeah.
Didn't get much. Said, Dad, do you know what happens after you die? My dad says, why do you want to die? Like everything has to be like final with him, you know. Dad, I need can I get $10? I need 30 for an oil change. Why? What's wrong with it? I'm like, I need an oil change.
Oh yeah.
Need a new car? It's always something.
Yeah.
Always the final with it.
I used to totally like hit up my dad. My dad, you know, I never got an allowance, but it was like every Friday night he knew I'd go out with my buddies and we'd just go driving around, or we'd, you know, go to McDonald's or something like that. And I'd always have like $20 in my wallet. And back then, you know, I mean, $10 was a lot of money, you know, but to get $20 and my dad always made sure that I had money in my pocket, because he always used to say to me, son, a man should always have some money in his wallet. That was my dad's one rule, pet peeve of his. And anyways, now that I'm older, it's like, Dad, can I have that $20 again? You know, I could use that $20. I can't remember the last time I carried cash, to be honest. Oh, it was in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
It was in San Francisco. I've just used my debit card for everything in the last like 10 years.
Yeah, me too. I rarely carry cash. As a matter of fact, you don't even need to bring your credit card with you, because my phone can pay for everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's amazing. I've used it. I forgot my card once because I changed my pants and I put my card in those pants. Changed, went to work, thought I had the card, couldn't use it, used the phone instead.
Oh.
I love it. It's just as quick. Nobody can get the number.
I haven't graduated to that yet. I haven't. My most recent graduation into technology was when I was flying home from San Francisco. There was like 250 people ahead of me in line because they had to empty a plane that I guess broke down right before it was going to taxi out to take off. So they had to delay the flight, and they were trying to transfer all these people. And all I want to do is check in. But of course, Air Canada was just, you know, the poor ladies. They had like 4 people on staff who were dealing with like 250 people. And they had 2 people who were dealing with the business class, which was maybe about 12 people. You know, and it's like, come on, like you have other flights coming out of here. You can't put one person on for a different flight. You know what I'm saying? Right. Anyways, pissed me off. And long story short, I checked myself in online. I'd never done that before. So when I went up to the TSA, you know, well, where's your ticket? I just showed them my phone, and they scanned it on the phone, and I was like, oh, this stuff is good. This stuff is real good. I'd never done that before. I'd never done that. I was like, you got to be shitting me right now. Like, this actually works, right? I felt like I lost my virginity again. It was so weird.
It is that interesting. Yes.
About the same.
I mean, it was only,
It's only like 2 years ago, but it was about the same.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, it was only a couple months for me, 4 or 5 months when I first used the phone. And I remember I go, this isn't going to work the first time I try it. And it did. It's an interesting thing. I don't know how they do it.
See, I'm just not that rebellious yet. I'm not that rebellious yet. Apparently I will have to be.
Maybe not where you live because it's smaller, I think. You don't have the upgrades, I think, yet, right?
Of course we do. We had debit transactions before you did.
Oh, yeah, eh? Okay.
Yeah. Like no, but now if I'm correct, all of your, like if you go to use your tap on your card, that goes to your credit card, not your bank card.
No, it goes through my debit card.
So it goes through your debit, which is like a Visa debit or something like that, right?
It is, which is my checking account.
See, my bank card. Yeah, okay. Because, that's the same here. Same here.
I could use it both ways. Yeah, you don't have to sign anything.
Yeah.
Once it's done, it gives you the receipt, with an email and everything. Yeah. You're good to go. I love it. And in 9 months, everybody's going to have another new word in their vocabulary called corona babies.
I heard you say that on your show tonight. You are so right about that. The corona babies.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's awful,
huge.
But
Yeah.
Are you a Corona baby? Yeah, I was born in 2020. Ugh.
Yeah.
Horrible time you were born. God, it's amazing you lived. Oh no, I cannot get the Corona. It's sad. It's a weird time we're living in, but I find it very interesting.
Uh-huh. I know.
It was,
just I didn't mind the whole thing, but yeah, they just had to fuck with hockey playoffs and baseball.
yep.
I'm
Yep.
just pissed right off. I don't care about basketball. Don't care about
Yeah, me neither.
basketball. But hockey playoffs and the start of baseball season. I mean, this is the time to be alive right now. As much as I'm a hockey guy, okay, as much as I'm a hockey guy, I love baseball. Love baseball. And there is something about that is just so pure and magnificent about the start of baseball season that I just, I look forward to it. I look forward to it every year. And I just cannot fathom the idea that baseball is being delayed and it's not even a work stoppage.
I think it would have started Wednesday.
Yeah.
Officially.
Yeah.
And then the other teams would have, through April 1st and 2nd. I went to many first day,
I've only been,
opening day of games.
I've only been to one. I've only been to one opening day, and that was a Seattle Mariners game.
Isn't it amazing when you walk into those stadiums, how beautiful it is?
Oh, yeah.
I just love it. It's the sound of the crowd, the low rumble of that noise. Peanuts, and every now and then.
Popkin.
Who wants a beer?
Peanuts.
Yeah.
Popkin. Oh,
and then you hear this strike in the background, or you hear the bat.
Yeah. Oh man.
Just the sounds.
Going to Seattle to watch the Yankees play. Oh.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, there's 48,000 people in the stands and 39,000 are cheering for the Yankees. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, the Yankees are huge. Hankies.
The Christmas poos are huge.
They are the draw of baseball, though, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
The Cubs and the Yankees.
The friggin' Red Sox, can't stand them.
Yeah, they're secondary.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about them.
No.
Really, nobody cares. You had 3 champions. Good. No. One of the listeners got angry earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Stop doing abaguj for a skit or something.
I know that. I think that was a shot at me, not you, though. That was a shot at me.
Oh, I didn't.
I went abusive there on the abaguj. I went a little.
Stop using it for a bit.
Yeah, I am the law, Anthrax. I am the law. I am the law.
There was a sign that was over this community center, and it said, because they had a psychic fair.
Yeah.
And it says it was canceled due to unforeseen circumstances.
Yeah, that's wrong. That if you are going to a psychic fair and you see that sign, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Oh my gosh. You were playing that video on your show of that from Conscious Life Expo or something like that, where that idiot was with the dreads was making that stupid sound. And you played it over and over and over again. I could have screamed and I almost punched my computer screen because you wouldn't turn it off.
Oh, because it was it was a weird sound or something.
Yeah, that he was doing with his voice. Now that's what happens. That's what happens.
Yeah,
this honestly, you look at that guy. Okay, you look at that guy and everything that he stood for. All right, and you can tell that number one, his parents didn't love him, and number two, you could tell that he played soccer. Because people who play real sports, men who play real sports don't make sounds like that. They don't.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, you were talking about UFO Jesus?
No, not UFO Jesus. You had that video. Maybe it was earlier this week or last week about
Okay.
the video of the guy doing these interviews at Conscious Life Expo about
Oh, yeah, that was Monday. Yeah, that was far back. Oh, yeah, that was annoying as hell. That guy who was going la 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 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he mispronounced something. I don't know what it was. Oh, yeah, his chanting or something having to do with that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was annoying.
Yeah,
I know. I can't help it. That's how I cure myself, by playing it over and over and over and over until I hate. And I hate as much as I can, and I'm done. That's like giving a cigarette smoker a cigarette every time they finish one, and you put 2 in their mouth. They get sick of the smoke, and they quit smoking. No? All right.
No, I'm serious. It's all good.
No, serious. It's all good.
No, serious.
Well, I have to admit, tonight's show was, and I say this almost every time I do a roundtable show, this had to be the fastest one I've ever been on.
This one was quick.
Why, though? Why was it that quick?
I don't know.
I know. I looked at the clock several times, and I'm like, wait a minute. We're almost done? 30 minutes? Oh, wait. And I think I'm still transfixed on when we changed clocks, just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So 11:30 on our time is usually the show would end at 1. So it was playing a mind game with me. And then there was only 30 minutes left. I'm like, that's the end of the show. It's over in 5 minutes and 30 minutes.
My man Dobromir, he's like, wow, Dave with his soccer bashing. I care about children, Dobromir. I care about children and their future.
I have to say his name too when I Dobromir ran off.
Do it. It feels really good.
Dobromir.
There you go. Come on, you're Italian. You should be able to roll the tongue like that.
But he says it's not pronounced that way. I've talked to him before.
Dobromir.
Yeah, it's not Russian.
Reinov?
Right? Am I right?
Reinov? Oh,
that's what I thought. Dobromir Reinov was not Russian. I could have sworn he told me it wasn't.
Well, it looks Russian. It might be.
It sure does.
It might be Latvian.
It could be. And I think you're right. I don't know. He'll answer.
It's not Ukrainian.
Never talk about Ukraine.
Because Ukraine, it's more with an E at the end. They get the E's at the end. And us Ukrainians, we add in a bunch of letters that we don't need.
What do you say, like Ukraine?
Me? Ukrainian.
No. How do you say Ukraine?
Ukraine.
If there's an E. But you said we put an E on.
No, like my last name is 11 letters long, man, and it's got a silent W sitting in the middle that means absolutely nothing, and it butchered, and I got bullied for it my entire school life, all because of a fucking silent W, right?
Yeah, it's Dave. Dave Scottolatopus, right?
By the way, Dobromir.
I'm sorry, that was
Dave Scottolatopus.
No, you don't have to. Don't encourage me.
But by the way, Dobromir says that I pronounce his name right.
I know. I was just testing you.
Dobromir Reinov. See, the big thing with the dialect in the Eastern European countries is you always go hard on the second syllable. So, for instance, my name David. In Russian, it would be David.
Oh.
So instead of David, it would be David. So that's how, like, Dobromir Reinov. Right? And no, I don't like quinoa. Stop saying that I like quinoa. Don't eat.
What is that, soup?
Quinoa.
I don't know. I've heard of it. I just don't know what it is.
I know I have the Ukrainian Cultural Center up here. I was going to go there for Easter this year. See, every Easter, that's the only real holiday I celebrate for Ukraine is Ukrainian Easter. And then we go get our baskets of food blessed. And it's awesome. Just awesome. And then you pig out on it. It's fantastic.
God, I love food.
Oh, yeah.
I finally got my, well, I didn't get the one I wanted, right? The Swanson's dinners. I like the spicy chicken. They only had the regular chicken. So I took it.
Mm-hmm.
It's better than no chicken at all. But I finally went to a different grocer.
Yeah.
And they had everything I liked.
Okay, here's a situation with the chicken. How much chicken are you taking?
Me?
Yeah. Are you bulking?
What do you mean? How much?
Like when you go shopping right now, how much are you taking?
Whatever they got. I mean, there's not a lot. I don't know what do you mean? How much?
Because because people are hoarding down there and up here. People are hoarding out there.
They did, yeah, at this one place called Fry's, and I went to a different place called Albertsons, and they had everything.
Oh, cool.
Except for
toilet paper
and wipes and sanitizing napkins and bleach. But pretty much the food was getting back to normal, it seemed, at that place.
Yeah. There was a company in Ontario that got caught charging $29.99 for Lysol disinfectant wipes.
Really? How could they charge that? They get in trouble.
They did get in trouble. They got caught, and then the president of the company was like, "Oh, this was an accidental clerical error, and we apologize. We're going to refund the money for anybody who bought this at our store and all this." And Twitter was just fucking eating them up. I don't know if I could find that right now. You know.
Good. I'm glad that they got in trouble. That's not right.
No, there was a Chinese family in Vancouver who was set up shop at a local baseball diamond at the park, and they were busted. They were busted for selling face masks and disinfectant towels and everything at increased cost. So they got shut down, and the next day they were back and got caught doing the exact same thing.
Because they probably didn't, really penalize them the first time.
Oh, yeah. They got the mayor of Port Coquitlam said, yeah, we're going to be enacting new laws here pretty damn quick. Ontario company charging $29 for wipes, disinfectant wipes. Let's see if. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the story here. So, Premier of Ontario Doug Ford called out Pussataries after the company was reportedly caught price gouging in Ontario. The premier said it was disgusting that the high-end grocery store had priced Lysol wipes and an in-demand product for $29.99. Now Ford is promising that he is working towards making price gouging illegal. A photo of the sign at Pussataries was shared on Twitter, claiming the Lysol wipes were being sold for $29.99 at a Toronto location, and the product was limited to just one purchase per family. Let's see here. I'm just trying to find the react. In a news release, Pussataries addressed the issues by stating that a price error had occurred when pricing their Lysol wipes. While no excuse, our stores are facing immense pressure on all levels of operation. As a result of this mounting pressure, critical elements were overlooked, including the incorrect pricing of this product, wrote the company. This was our mistake, our error, our oversight, and we apologize to everyone impacted. We are promptly reviewing and adjusting any and all products that may have been improperly listed, and every individual who purchased this product will be fully refunded by emailing info@pussataries.com. Yeah, we should send them an email right there with, you know what? They need a glitter bomb. That's what they need. Somebody needs
Oh, that would be
somebody needs to
awesome.
clean up a glitter bomb in there.
No doubt.
Yeah. I went to my local store the other day, Rich. I have a small grocery store, like half a mile away. And I was so disappointed, man. After watching your videos and all the shelves and, listening to you kind of talk really loud and angry, I got excited. I thought, there's a chance that I get to brawl today. There is a chance this may happen. I go into my grocery store and there's food everywhere. There's toilet paper, there's milk, there's hand sanitizer, there's meat, there's potatoes, there's fresh vegetables, fresh fruit, there's canned soup, there's Pepsi everywhere because I'm a Pepsi guy. Everything is stocked up, and the booze was right there too. And I was so disappointed. I was ready to rumble. Either I wanted to fight or I wanted to videotape some sort of argument and fight. Okay? And I got neither. Everything that humanity is supposed to be, I got. And it was fucking disappointing. It was completely...
I'm so sorry it worked out.
It was completely disappointing, and I'm disgusted by the way the people at my area acted. All right. It's absolutely inhumane at this time to act humane. All right. It was terrible. And people are even nice and saying hello to each other. It's like, come on. What's
wrong with people, right?
It's terrible. I mean, I can't sit on the internet, okay, at the rant and rave here and bitch people out forever. One of my comments actually got one thread taken off because I called the lady an idiot. But let's see here. Yeah. Freshco.
I'm glad.
Has Girl Guide.
I'm sorry.
Okay, here's on the 100-mile rant and rave. Freshco has Girl Guide cookies for sale. They're $5 a box.
What are the? Wait, what?
There's because the Girl Guides can't go around to sell cookies, so one of the grocery stores here, Freshco, is selling the Girl Guide cookies for $5 a box.
I didn't understand what you were saying. Girl Guide.
Yeah, Girl Guide cookies.
Girl Scout cookies?
Okay, up here they're called Girl Guides. You got Girl Scouts, we got Girl Guide.
That's wild. I never knew that, and you live right up there.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. We're so close, but yet so far. Okay.
Here's big news coming out of 100 Mile House. This is from Shannon. Her garbage can got stolen from her driveway on Gloinson Drive. Watch out for your garbage cans, people.
Oh my God! No.
Hold on. So Shelley responds, some bears are out. Have a good look in the area. Oh yeah, this is definitely. Hannah says ours was knocked over and the garbage guy didn't even take our garbage on Kitwanga. Well, of course he didn't. Clean up your own garbage, Hannah. All right. Oh yeah, the bears are out. This is good stuff. I got to tell my ghost in my yard to make sure that he doesn't allow any bears into my yard. All right. Let's see what else is happening in Dave's big town here. Hold on. Scrolling down. All right. Let's see here. All right, that's useless. Let's see here. Okay, here's Arlene. Rave. Sitting on the deck this morning, listening to all the birds chirping and whistling. I thought I was in a bird sanctuary. Huge news. All right. Big rant to all of you disposing of your contaminated gloves and masks all over the ground. I have driven through various areas of town, and there are literally gloves and masks thrown out randomly everywhere. Come on, people, let's use some common sense.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I heard there were 1 million expired masks that we weren't using here from the H1N1 virus.
Yeah.
1 million masks? How do they expire?
I don't know.
I guess what it must be the thing that, what do you call it? Keeps the shit from getting inside your mouth. What is that stuff that it's called? I can't remember it, but it must go bad.
Probably.
I would imagine. Sorry, I didn't mean to say the F or the S word.
Oh, I've sworn.
Oh, yeah, we can do that on YouTube.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's check out
I don't really swear that much.
I'm going to check out another 100 Mile group here. Hold on, let's see what else, because I got a couple of them on here. I have them on here from. Let's go to 100 Mile House. Ask it. ... Ask it. Let's see what's happening here. See if I can stir up some shit here. All right. Okay. Auntie Val is asking who has a good quiche recipe with broccoli. All right. Rachel is wondering if anyone has eggs in the 108 or 100 Mile. All right. Doug is wondering, has anybody shopped for the essentials this morning? What do the shelves look like?
This is now live?
No, this is that was 12 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's see here. Big news here because it snowed. Does anyone know what the highways are like from 100 Mile to Williams Lake?
What is the weather like? Is it still snowing hard?
It snowed last night again, but it rained this afternoon and melted that all away, which is kind of cool. It washed it all away. Come on. I'm giving up on society, up on my family, up on your social disease. No? Five-finger death punch? No?
Oh, yeah, I got it. I was just listening because I always interrupt. I was trying not to.
No, you can join me if you want to sing with me. I'm giving
I don't know the words.
The industry up on democracy. Done with all your hypocrisy. Take it, Rich. Oh.
Ta, 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 ta.
All of the chaos and all of the lies. I hate it. No? Okay.
I know it if I hear it live, but I can't by you.
I'll stop. Let's see.
No, it was pretty good, actually, just like the real thing.
Jamie is wondering, does anyone know if the stores sell natural aloe vera juice? Needs it for her gelding.
Gelding? What is that?
It's a horse.
Oh.
Here's a weird one. Taylor is wondering, does anyone have a Pitman arm removal tool that I could possibly borrow? I ran into a snag removing mine. What the hell is an arm removal? Hold on. I got to check this out.
Please.
Yeah. Have you tried holding a large hammer on the outside ring on one side and smashing the other side with a hammer? Have gotten lots off that way in the past. Not enough room to do that. Tried a few things, but in the end found a tool that I was able to borrow. I think they lost an arm. All right.
That's awful.
Yeah. Taking their plan taking the arm off. All right. Let's see. Some guy
Did
has.
you hear what Hiller? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Some guy is doing an unboxing of his brand new cleaner, his brand new steam cleaner that he just got. This is the shit that makes things happen. This is small town living, man. Ashley, I'm in search of hay or straw bale. Okay, she needs horses. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see here. Susan is wondering how the lakes are for ice fishing, whether they're still safe. I think they're safe to walk on. You just can't. You don't want to bring your vehicle out on the ice right now. That might go for a swim. Small town living, man. Small town living. This is what I deal with.
That's funny, though.
Oh, yeah.
Well, speaking of big towns, which we didn't speak about them at all. But speaking of the bigger towns, did you hear what Hillary Clinton said?
No, tell me.
She posted this tweet, and it was a hit on Donald Trump. And she says, and she posted a picture of people waiting in line and tents and all this stuff. And the title underneath what she said says, the U.S. now leads the world in confirmed coronavirus cases. And she says, well, he did promise America first.
That's cunty. Pardon my language. That's terrible.
Oh, that is awful.
I just had something awful happen here, man. I just broke my back scratcher.
Oh, and I was going to get one tomorrow. I can't believe it. What an irony. Oh, my God.
I just broke it. It's terrible.
Are you okay?
I'm honestly, I'm really sad right now.
Well, your back scratcher is going to look like everyone else's I've seen, taped up.
Oh, man. Yeah. This thing's been with me like 6-7 years, man. I just pulled it out.
Wow, and it just broke?
Yeah, because it's all metal, man.
I'm sorry, man. That's wild.
I'm fucking sad right now.
I said, that's enough today. I said it because I actually scratched my back so bad with knives and forks that it rips the skin off.
That usually would happen. What are you trying to fillet yourself or something?
But I'm so itchy.
Are you like pulled pork?
It's so itchy though, man.
I know.
You got a back scratcher. I don't. I had to use a fork or a knife or scissors.
Dollar store, man.
I know. I'm going tomorrow.
Yeah. It's well worth it. Well worth it.
Yeah.
Here's Rebecca. Who sells firewood? Get your own. Go into the trees and get your own. How much? Oh, how much is she willing to pay? Caribou Cord King firewood sales. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Man, that chat room was buzzing in your...
I know.
Spinning like a wheel tonight.
I made $20 Canadian tonight. That's really awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks to Corrance for seeing the toilet paper in my Marvin the Martian toque.
It still amazes me that people do that.
I know.
It's
weird.
Humbling, yeah.
It's humbling and weird.
It's weird.
It's totally weird.
Well, the rumor's out that I am paying people to pay me.
What's that?
Have you heard that one?
I heard that. Some Paula lady is saying that?
No. You're thinking of Paul from the Out There channel, who I call Paula.
Oh.
Who has been quiet lately. But no, this is from Insecure Team 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Says that he's going to expose me. And
please.
Because it's always the same people that are given. I go, well, maybe it's that they've got the extra cash. You ever think of that? And by the way, you stole Tyler's everything. So watch what you're saying. It's like,
oh yeah.
We're going to expose Goof on. Yeah. I'm like, go ahead.
Where is Tyler these days from Secure Team?
I believe officially in jail now.
Is he in jail for his antics?
Well, what happened was he had to get clean and sober.
Right.
So they put him in, what I heard is all alleged, that he was put into like a halfway house.
Oh, yeah?
But he paid extra to have the room by his own, by himself instead of with other people. Well, he has it.
Is that where he was doing his filming?
He didn't do those short videos where I'm coming back, I'm going to start posting. Yeah, they were in a small apartment that they gave him, like real small, like 400 square feet.
Yeah.
Well, he had 163 or 7 days to go. because he served 3 days when they held him for the weekend when he got arrested.
Mm-hmm.
So they gave that as time served. So he had 167 days to do, and I think he went like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
March 1st. Yeah, March 1st.
Oh, wow.
Nobody's heard from him. And have you ever heard of Gordon Hamilton?
Yes. I've seen him in your chat room.
Yeah, we don't know if he passed away. It's sad, but he left him. Yeah, he's had bad health issues, and he left a very sad message that I knew my heart wasn't going to make it. I told you guys, and he was interacting with somebody else, and I don't know if I should say it, but anyway, he messaged him. It's like, Gordon, are you there? He was just talking to him, and he goes, the ambulance is here. I don't know if I'll be back.
Well,
very sad.
He just posted 2 hours ago saying, they got my heart failure under control. NHS are amazing. Thank you for the well wishes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he posted that
really?
2 hours ago.
Oh, good. Oh, my
That's
God.
good news.
Where'd you find that?
I just pulled him up on Facebook while you were talking.
That's awesome.
That is good.
Man. He was talking to, the alien addict and didn't hear back from him. And supposedly the ambulance was already coming over and everything. Yeah,
I saw that post. So since we've been talking, I've had 2 people send me a friend requests that I have no clue.
Are they from this country?
One is, they have been for the most part. I got one from Egypt.
I meant United States, sorry.
Oh, from the U.S.? Yeah.
The only reason I'm asking, because I get a crap load of people from India, and there's a company that I think these people work for called Goofon, and they think they're friending the company.
Really?
And I have so many East Indian people. Yes. And I have to, delete them. Like, they have no business here. It's very odd.
You know what I miss? Back in my old hometown of Mission, right just down the hill from my house, there was this East Indian restaurant. This family put together and built this awesome East Indian restaurant. And it was like $10 lunches, all you can eat. And the food there was amazing. Like homemade garlic naan bread with buttered chicken. It was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I miss them. That restaurant was so good. So good. And the owners were just fantastic people. Oh, I miss them.
What is one of your fondest memories growing up as a kid? Like, I'm talking like before you hit 18. Anything that like you really, really would like to see again or do or go where or anything?
I had a lame childhood, man. Like, I had a great childhood, but it was basic. Like, it was either we were at the hockey rink, we were at the baseball diamond, or we were fishing, or, just the prototypical thing. And, nothing really stands out about my childhood. My parents kind of ruled me with an iron fist. And so, like, for instance, when I got into high school and all my friends were going to parties, I was never allowed to go to parties.
Me neither.
This is why I fucking hate movies. To this day, I will not waste my time watching. Very rarely will I waste my time watching movies. So when everybody says to me, "Oh, have you seen this movie? Have you seen that movie?" Not a hope in hell. And the reason why is every weekend, dude, I was locked in my house. Yeah, I was allowed to have friends over, okay, or I was able to go to a friend's every now and again, but I would have friends over every weekend, and every weekend was movie weekend. And eventually, as I hit that like 14, 15, 16-year-old phase, before I got my driver's license and my buddies got their driver's licenses, it was like my friends just stopped coming over because they were going to parties, and I had to sit home and have fucking video night, movie night every Friday, Saturday night. And I got sick of it. Absolutely sick of it. So that's why I don't watch movies, is because of my childhood. I absolutely hate movies. Hate movies.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
So what part of your childhood would you like to relive or remember or love? There's got to be something that...
You know what I miss? You know what I miss? If I could redo it, and my parents were awesome. Yeah, they ruled me with iron fist, but they were awesome. But if I could redo anything, it would be the time with my grandfather in his lawnmower shop, where I'd be like 6, 7 years old, and my grandmother, I love her to death, she'd be like, "Come on, David, let's go to bed." And I'd be like, "No, I'm helping Grandpa out in the shop," because my grandfather had a lawnmower shop in his garage. And I would sit there and I would help him all out in, what I thought was helping him out while he's rebuilding lawnmowers and stuff. And here I am, like, just banging away with a little ball peen hammer that he had for me and everything. I would, just the smell of the shop. And you know what's weird is my grandfather died in 1995. And when my daughter was born in January of 99. So she would have been about 8 months old. And I'm holding, no, not even. She was about 4 or 5 months old. I'm holding on to her. And all of a sudden, her diaper, Rich, smells like my grandfather's shop.
What?
Yeah. So, I mean, like, my grandfather's shop, it was dirty. It was grimy. It smelled like gasoline and oil and old grass clippings and grease and dirt. And it just had this musty, dirty smell. Well, my daughter's diaper smelled like this. So I said to my ex-wife, I said, do you smell that? And I hold my daughter up and, kind of put her butt to my wife's face. And she goes, it smells like baby powder. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It smells like my grandfather's shop. You don't smell the dirt and everything? She's like, no, I don't. She goes, I just changed her. She hasn't done any business in there yet. I'm like, I'm like, are you serious? You cannot smell this. And she's like, no, I cannot. And I'm like, weird. So I call up my grandmother and I'm like, Grandma, you're not going to believe this. And I tell her the story, and my grandmother starts laughing, and she goes, because my grandpa and grandma had 3 boys, my dad being the oldest. And my grandmother says, "Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Your grandfather always wanted a daughter." And my daughter is the first granddaughter in line.
Wow.
Yeah. So my grandfather and grandmother had 3 boys. My dad had me, and and I have 2 half sisters. All right. So I'm the only biological child on my dad's side. Okay. My uncle had a son who I've never met. That child the mother took the child away and didn't even tell him about it. And so somewhere out there, I have a cousin that I've never met. And then there is my daughter, and then my son.
Don't you think that it was your grandfather that probably stood right next to you or in front of you watching you? You just happened to get a whiff.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
That's unreal.
It was a fantastic memory. And I would do, and it's one of those silly things that I would do anything to smell that smell one more time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You will.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will. I'm sure of it.
Maybe.
And maybe not now, but
I just got another friend request.
that is wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Mutual friend.
Aren't you maxed?
No, mutual friends. Butch Witkowski. We got like 230 mutual friends.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about Facebook?
Yeah.
You know how you max out at 5,000 though. So why are you still?
I don't know.
If you're maxed out.
I'm not maxed out. I'm at 4,971. I always leave a room.
Oh, you did. Yeah, I do too, and I need to again. Yeah, you do delete. You just deleted a lot. You said that's right.
So, anyways, Richie G, I'm gonna call it the night, man. I am tired. I am really tired. I can't believe there's still 37 people watching and all these people in the chat room hanging on out with us, man. I can't believe that.
Cool.
That is extremely cool. But I need to get some sleep here. And but thank you so much for a wonderful show and hanging on out. I mean, you were on the air since like 7 o'clock. You put in a full day's work, man.
Yeah, I've been on 7 hours now.
Yeah. 2 with your own
and
show.
I only had a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Other than the commercial breaks, but
yeah.
Well, thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure to help out.
Absolutely.
Well, whatever. But I'll talk to you soon. Thank you, everybody.
Whatever. Yeah.
Oh no! Come on, your show.
All over Rich's socks.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll end it on that note.
Hey, thank you, YouTube. Remember John and Stacey Edwards tomorrow night, and then Michael W. Hall on Sunday. Great radio listening. You shouldn't have to tune in anywhere else unless it's the Goof On. The Goof On Radio.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing a show tomorrow. We're doing one.
Iran, number 1.
Oh, I missed that.
USA.
The Iron Sheik.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you something, brother. Something.
I can't. It's too so
late.
Quiet in my neighborhood. I don't want to wake anybody up.
I know. I'm the same way right now. All right, everyone on YouTube, have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We really appreciate you and love you. And don't forget, we got shows all weekend long, so make sure you go and check them on out. See you later, everyone. Bye.